March 17th, 2021. The time is now 5:09. Councilperson Troderick McCoy.
Here.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is here. Deputy City Clerk Tawana Smith.
Here.
Thank you. We will now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence led by Councilperson McCoy.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The purpose of the Canvassing Board meeting on today is to approve Resolution Number 28-21, a resolution of the Canvassing Board of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, accepting the certified results for the referendum special election on proposed amendments to the city's charter submitted to the electors pursuant to ordinance numbers 4155 and 4159, and the municipal election, each held March 9th, 2021, within the municipal boundaries between the hours of 7 o'clock a.m. and 7 o'clock p.m., further naming the representative for City Council District 2 and City Council District 4, respectively, and providing an effective date. May I have a motion to approve Resolution Number 2821?
Move to approve Resolution 2821.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Are there any comments or concerns?
Yes. Just
Count-
curious, why does the numbering of this resolution says 2821? If the canvassing board only meets one time a year, wouldn't this, in numerical sequence, be the first resolution of the canvassing board?
Councilperson McCoy, you have a point there. We use the numbers that are used for the city council, but I can read it back into the record to read.
Well, we just approved the resolution. We don't need to use a number, and you can just affix a number later.
Okay.
All right, so I move to approve the resolution approving the referendum 4155, 4159, and the representatives for District 2 and District 4.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded to approve the resolution accepting the certified results of the referendum special election on the proposed amendments, as well as the municipal election held March 9th, 2021. As I call your name, please say aye if yes if you're in support, no if you're not in support. Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Deputy City Clerk Tawana Smith?
Yes.
Motion approved. Are there any comments from the board?
No, thank you.
Board, I do not have any public comments for this meeting. With there being no further comments or concerns, this meeting is adjourned. I call to order the regular city council meeting for March 17th. The time is now 5:36. Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen. Here. We will now proceed with our invocation and pledge of allegiance, led by Councilperson Lawson. Members of the board, before we begin with the presentation administration of oath of office, I have been informed that there will be a presentation to the outgoing chair and to the incoming chair. What's the pleasure of the board? And this will happen after the administration of oath of office.
Yes, we can do it after.
Okay, I have one yes and one no.
So, I want to ask a question. So who's actually presiding at this point? Is it you, clerk?
Yes, Mr. McCoy.
Why wouldn't it be the vice chair or the pro tem?
The chair pro tem is no longer the chair pro tem. That term ended.
Okay. Well, if this is solely a formality so that we can do a ceremonial swearing in, I don't understand why we need to add a presentation at this point. Can that be done at the actual second meeting?
If that's the pleasure of the board.
Yeah, because then when you actually have a full seated board, I think it's probably more appropriate to do it in the beginning of the next meeting.
Councilperson McCoy, I have no problem with it. It's whatever you and your...
And also, it's a little presumptuous to, oh, I'm sorry, I was told by the court reporter that I'm not heard, so I apologize. So it's also presumptuous that there would be an outgoing chairperson and a new chairperson being elected. So I am a little confused how that came up, especially when we have a printed agenda and you're proposing something that we've never seen or heard before.
Mr. McCoy and members of the board, the way the agenda is set up, it's the same way it's been done throughout the years through my tenure that I've been here at the City Council. I did not stray. This is nothing new under my tenure. As it relates to it being presumptuous about a new chair and a new chair pro tem, you are correct, Mr. McCoy. It's whatever the pleasure of the board is.
Okay. I just wanted to get some clarification on that. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we can do the presentation at the next meeting.
And
Do the presentation.
At the next meeting.
At the next
When we
meeting?
start our next council meeting, yes.
Okay.
And Madam Clerk, let me also remind you, the city's charter only provides that we elect a chairperson and a vice chair. It never set forth a term limit or a time. Unless there's some ordinance that I don't know about, but in the charter it says that we shall elect a chairperson and a vice chair, but there's nothing that says there's a time limit. So for all intents and purposes, I think the chair is Mr. Lawson, absent of any kind of ordinance that you can produce.
If that is the pleasure of the board, Mr. McCoy, I have no problem with it.
Okay, and I just, it's just so funny that I sit here and I have to prepare and read rules, and then when you get to a meeting, somebody introduces something that completely is foreign. And I'm not trying to be a rebel rouser, but like for all intents and purposes, what's the purpose of preparing for a meeting if somebody introduced something that is not anywhere in any rule or ordinance? So I would ask that we just get this so we can get our swearing in started, but it just is a little confusing to be presented with something new, just like the whole recess and all of this other things that's starting today. So thank you, that's all I have.
Members of the board, we will now proceed with the administration of oath and presentation of certificate of election to the newly elected officials. The presentation of oath of office will be done by the Honorable Judge Maxine Cheeseman. The first newly elected official to be sworn in will be Ms. Kashamba Miller Anderson, representative from City Council District 2. Judge Cheeseman, there is a handheld microphone under the podium.
Okay, repeat after me. Raise your right hand. I, Kashamba L. Miller Anderson,
I, Kashamba L. Miller Anderson,
being a citizen of the state of Florida
being a citizen of the state of Florida
and of the United States of America,
and of the United States of America,
and being elected to represent City Council District 2
and being elected to represent City Council District 2
in the city of Riviera Beach,
in the city of Riviera Beach,
Palm Beach County,
Palm Beach County,
Florida,
Florida,
and a recipient of public funds in this capacity,
and the recipient of public funds in this capacity,
do hereby solemnly swear
do hereby solemnly swear
and affirm under oath
and affirm under oath
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the state of Florida,
and the state of Florida,
and conform to the statutes
and conform to the statutes
and the general laws of the state of Florida,
and the general laws of the state of Florida,
and do all in my power to uphold,
and do all in my power to uphold,
support, and enforce
support, and enforce
the charter and ordinances of the city of Riviera Beach,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Riviera Beach,
Florida,
Florida,
and perform the duties for the office of city council
and perform the duties of city council
upon which I'm about to enter,
upon which I'm about to
to
enter,
the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Repeat after me. Raise your right hand. You want to hold this so you. I, Dr. Julie Botel,
I, Dr. Julie Botel,
being a citizen of the state of Florida
being a citizen of the state of Florida
and of the United States of America,
and of the United States of America,
and being elected to represent City Council District 4
and being elected to represent City Council District 4
in the city of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida,
in the city of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida,
and a recipient of public funds in this capacity,
and a recipient of public funds in this capacity,
do hereby solemnly swear and affirm
do hereby solemnly swear and affirm
under oath
under oath
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
and conform to the statutes
and conform to the statutes
and general laws of the state of Florida,
and general laws of the state of Florida,
and do all in my power to uphold,
and do all in my power to uphold,
support, and enforce
support, and enforce
the charter and ordinances of the city of Riviera Beach,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Riviera Beach,
Florida,
Florida,
and perform the duties
and perform the duties
of city council
of city council
upon which I'm about to enter
upon which I'm about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Not sure. It brings out the colors in my eyes.
You hear what I said, Shirley?
Members of the board, I will now open the floor for nominations for chairperson of the City of Riviera Beach City Council 2021-2022.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
I'd like to nominate myself as chair of the Riviera Beach City Council.
I'll second it.
Are there any other nominations?
Madam Clerk, I want to nominate Councilperson Pro Tem Lawson.
Are there any additional nominations? The floor is now closed on nominations for the council chairperson. Can I get a motion and a second for selecting Councilperson Shirley Lanier as the chairperson for the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, 2021-2022?
So moved.
Second.
That motion has been properly moved and seconded. When I call your name, please answer yes for in favor, no if you are not. Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson.
No.
That motion is approved with Councilpersons McCoy and Lawson dissenting. Councilperson Shirley Lanier, you are the chair for the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, 2021-2022. You may proceed. Madam Chair, you may proceed with the rest of the agenda.
The next item on the agenda is the newly elected City Council Chair request for nominations for the City Council Chair Pro Tem 2020-2021. Can I get nominations for this Pro Tem position?
I would like to nominate Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Madam Chair, I nominate Councilperson Douglas Lawson.
If those are the nominations, nominations are closed for the position of Chair Pro Tem 2020-2021. Can I get a motion and a second for Commissioner Kashamba Miller Anderson as the Council Chair Pro Tem for 2020-2021?
So moved.
Second.
Chairperson Lanier, are you seconding that motion?
I am.
I can second it. But she can too as well.
Okay, who would we like to reflect on the record for the second?
I'm fine with it.
It's difficult to hear you, Claudine. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilperson Botel and seconded by Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Am I
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Selecting Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson as the Chair Pro Tem for the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, 2021-2022. As I call your name, please say yes if you are in favor, no if you are not. Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
No.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilpersons McCoy and Lawson dissenting. Congratulations, ladies.
We will now move on to the fourth item on our agenda, comments, remarks by the mayor and city council. We can start with the mayor.
Yes, thank you. Just want to thank Dr. Botel, Ms. Miller, your hard fought. Congratulations on your win. Let's keep moving forward. Thank you.
Anything by, who's on the end? Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say, and I think I probably should say this on the record, just in the event that there's some belief that me and Dr. Botel may have violated the Sunshine Law, she reached over and told me, "Thank you for the card." I said, "You're welcome. And by the way, those flowers that you have was recycled from my mom's funeral."
They're still lovely.
And I'm certainly kidding about that. But thank you so much, Dr. Botel, for the opportunity to serve with you, and as well, Chair Miller Anderson, Vice Chair Miller Anderson. Thank you as well. It's been a pleasure, and it's really unusual that I say welcome back to the City Council. So thank you, and I appreciate serving with you, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you.
Dr. Botel?
I have nothing at this time. Actually, I do. I want to thank everyone who came out and voted. I can't just say I don't have anything to say when I have so much thankfulness and gratefulness in my heart. So thank you to everybody who came out and supported me. It was a tough fight, but we were victorious, I would say, in a big way. And I appreciate every single person who volunteered, who got on the phone, who jumped all over Singer Island like a crazy man. Oh, I see him out there. Thank you, John. And everyone else who supported me. Thank you so very, very much from the bottom of my heart. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say congratulations to my colleagues continuing to serve, move the city forward. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, Councilwoman Botel, congratulations, victorious, and let's continue to move the city in a great direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
Thank you. Just wanted to say thank you. It's pretty unusual and to have not had to run a race. I think I've already said it before. I am very appreciative of the community that have supported me over the years and continue to support me. My whole intent on being on council is to do the business of the community and the city. And I always want to operate in the notion of doing what's best for the city. I know that there were some individuals that were considering running against me, and I hope those same individuals are considering working along with me as we continue to move the city forward. There's a number of things that we've been working really hard on, and I do believe that we're getting to that point of being able to allow the community to be proud of the things that we're doing in the city. And so I just want to say thank you, beginning my 6th year. I'm very humbled by it. Sometimes I ask myself why, because, you know, some days are very hard. There's a lot that we deal with when we're up here and in this position. But I think having been born and raised in the city of Riviera Beach, still living in the city of Riviera Beach, being a teen mom has provided me with a mental toughness that just can't be taught. And so I'm here. Nobody's making me go anywhere. Nobody's going to provide any threats to make me go anywhere. And that's my dad out there. And I would say between him and my mom, I don't think they could have created a tougher person, because the two of them combined together, you got to know the two to know that whatever they produce has to be just as tough as them. And so I can't forget my husband that's out there, Joe. If I'm not tough some days, he's going to make sure that he's tough for me. And so I appreciate him always being there for me, and my brothers and sisters that are out there, and my son. I saw one of them. I don't know if the other one made it or not. But I appreciate all of you. You see me when I'm at home. You talk with me on the phone, and you know that doing this job is just not easy. But like I said, it's not something we can't get through, and I look forward to continue to work with my colleagues. I have grown to have a great friendship with you all, and I know that we will continue to work together for the betterment of the city. Thank you all so much.
Before my remarks, are there any remarks from the city manager or the city attorney?
Congratulations to the newly elected officials, and we're glad to have you back on the board and to the existing council. I think we've got a lot of great, exciting things ahead for this community, and this next year is going to be an exciting one for Riviera Beach. So congratulations, looking forward to working with you all to move your agenda and some of these projects forward that have been on the shelf for a long time. So we're excited about the future and the prosperity that all our residents are going to see very soon. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I don't know why Mr. Evans always takes my words. Congratulations, Dr. Botel. Congratulations, Mrs. Miller-Anderson. I look forward to working with the board and continuing all of the great work that we have before us.
Thank you. And I'd just like to say that congratulations to Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Botel on their victories in this past election. And I'd truly, truly like to thank the citizens and the people who live in the city of Riviera Beach. Everything that we do here is about the people who actually live in this city. We are moving this city forward for the people who live in this city. And I want to be clear, as the chair of this council, that everything that we do is for the people who live here. And I hate to say it, but no one else, but the people who actually live in this city. So I want to start out working with anyone who has anything to say about how we do business. If you want to work with us, we are willing to do that. People, they say different things and they say, well, we should be doing this. Call us up. We are willing to work with anyone who wants to move this city forward. We're always, always welcoming to anyone who wants to be able to help the people who live in this city. And again, congratulations to the two commissioners on their wins. And at this time, we're going to reconvene. We're going to close this meeting out, and we're going to start with our utility district meeting, and then we'll come back for our city council meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
that would be recess the city council meeting and convene your utility special district meeting, if that's what the word recess, you need to recess and not close it out.
Okay, very good. So I will recess this meeting until our next meeting, and with that being said, this meeting is recessed.
So for those that are in attendance, for the public, just for your edification, I just want to provide just a couple announcements. The board is going to recess and go into closed executive session, which is a session where the board discuss pending litigation or ongoing litigation. So they are recessed. They will be in there with a court reporter, and the records will be provided once the litigation is resolved. They will come back and convene as the utility district and then handle the rest of the business. So it may be 30 to 45 minutes. Thank you.
They're going over
Give us 1 second. We're going to have to, before we convene our utility district meeting, we're going to have to go back and revisit our meeting for swearing in the oath of office. There was a part on the agenda that called for comments during our swearing in and oath of office, and we want to revisit that because there may have been people who wanted to speak in regards to the oath of office and the swearing in, and we wanted to give them an opportunity to make any comments, your 3-minute comments that you wanted to make during that time, but we wanted to give the public an opportunity to do that, and you would have to wait until public comments for the next meeting. So right now, we're going to start with the public comments, and these public comments, it can be anything, of course, but it's from the special, it is from the meeting that we just previously had in regards to the swearing in of individuals, the oath of office, chairs, pro tems, and that nature. So if there's anyone that wants to make a public comment in regards to that particular item, or it's public comment so you can say anything you want, you can do so at this time. Madam Clerk.
And Madam Chair, can you announce that we're reconvening the regular city council meeting?
We are reconvening the regular city council meeting at this time to take our comments, our special comments that were supposed to have been made during that meeting, and they were not, so we want to give people the opportunity to do that. Madam Clerk, do we have comments for that meeting?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment cards. The individuals did not indicate that they were special comments under the special comment section. It's the pleasure of the board whether or not we take these public comments now or...
Yes, we can go ahead and take those comments right now.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the board, is the acceptance of public comment cards for special comments closed?
Yes, public comments for this pleasure session is now closed.
Lloyd Brown, John Miller, Madeline Irving. And Madam Chair, members of the board, the clock will be operated by our media staff. They didn't
Is the
provide
media
me with
staff
the
aware of that?
They didn't provide me with the computer, and they have it up on the screen, so.
Okay, all right, very good. Very good. Our first comment comes from who, Madam Clerk?
Lloyd Brown, John Miller, Madeline Irving.
Let's move it over.
All right, very good. We can move along. You can go ahead, Mr. Brown.
All right, well, I was just, how you doing? I know you know my name, so I ain't gonna tell you that. But anyway, I was thinking about these people who came in, that we brought in here. We had trusted them, to do things, and it seems like all this time that none of those things that they promised have been done. For me, like when you lose your trust in somebody, like with me, you almost have to walk on water before I trust you again. And then another thing too, when you lose that first thing about trust, you never have the same attitude or feelings and trust a person again. So it's like if y'all don't start trying to straighten out things, the people, I'm telling you, they talk to me all the time. And I was looking at this thing about the water bill. I didn't really know anything about it and what was going on. But I was thinking if it's going to help to raise the water bill, you know, to improve the water system, that's okay, because I think grandmothers and grandfathers are not really worried about paying a high water bill. They're worried about their grandkids getting killed at these parks and these recreation centers, you know, because that never happened when I was coming up. And see, only reason I have my headphones on is because I don't want to think about what somebody else talking about. You know, I want to keep my own subject. Oh, I still got a lot of time left too. That's good. I just want to talk about the housing. You know what? You should never let anybody come to Riviera Beach and bring no housing without that place having a washer and a dryer. Because how many women you know on housing can afford to feed their kids and do all that? Then you got a place they're going to have a lease, right? And the lease going to say, well, you're going to have to cut the grass and keep the yard straight. How many women coming out of Stony Brook and Broadmoor got a lawnmower, edger, weed eater? See, the city should do something about that. And you know what? You need to walk around or go around and go in some of these houses, because you got a lot of slumlords. I'm going to tell you, I ride around, I look at this. I done seen people move in and out of houses 3 and 4 times. And every time they move in these houses, they got to almost damn near reconstruct the house. And that's really bad. I feel like if you give a person a place that they can rent to own, because if I drove your car, I'm going to drive the hell out of it. But my car, I'm going to take it easy because I own it. If you give a person the opportunity to get into some place, and I know none of those girls on housing are going to be able to get in there on Broadway, so that's out of it. So they got to go to these houses that these people in the city are building or they are remodeling. There's some houses on 32nd Street, been there since I was in elementary school. And these houses are rented out now. I mean, the majority of the houses over there where I'm at are rental houses. So if you're going to bring a house in here and you want me to rent it, and I'm on housing, then you're going to have a wash and a dryer. You should make sure they have a wash and dryer and that man that's living there or woman don't have to take care of the property. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you,
John
Mr. Brown.
John Miller, Glenn Spiritus, Corey Blackwell.
First of all, I want to congratulate Kashamba. Kashamba, we're so happy to have you back in that seat, right? And Kashamba, one other thing, a couple of meetings ago was brought up about the water plant. I go to the meetings. I go to several meetings, and I have for the past 8 years since I retired. I knew what you were talking about because I attend meetings. And then, Jonathan, you finished it off because you came out and that also talked about the $11 million that's going to the water plant, for the lime or whatever you're doing there, in other words, water treatment, until we get this other plant up and running. So there is no secret about this. You're doing a good job. The whole council is. You're working together, and let's move forward. I want to thank Shirley for backing, and Kashamba for both backing Dr. Votel. And you did it not because of her name, but because of her accomplishments. When you look at the way that the election won, it was very hard fought. I give credit to the opponent. They worked hard. We just worked a little harder. And the other thing was, you look at the mainland. The mainland gave like 2,000 votes for Julie Votel. 72% of the entire people that voted. Singer Island, 85%. I mean, that says a lot. And it's not because Julie has a doctorate in front of her name. It's because of what she did. And I want to thank you for both of you for understanding that, because that's what we need. We need leadership. And the other thing is, this was a council seat. This wasn't running for any other position in the city. So that's that. Julie, congratulations. And I want to thank everybody on the mainland that voted for you. And I want to thank everybody in Singer Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. March.
Glenn Spiritus, Corey Blackwell, Rodney Roberts.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and neighbors. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all those residents who participated, worked, and voted in our City Council election. You all took advantage of one of the greatest rights bestowed on us by our country and our state, the democratic process of having free elections for our representatives. Of course, I would like to thank my campaign team for ensuring we ran a clean, honest race. To all those people who supported and voted for me, a special thank you. During this campaign, I had the pleasure to meet and discuss city issues with many people on the island and west side. It was extremely interesting, educational, and rewarding. Made a lot of new friends. Many issues were brought to light, discussed, and debated. From Mayor Michael Brown calling me during his late-night walk across the bridge and putting fishermen on the phone concerned about no fishing signs, to funding a new water plant. As always, I will stay engaged in all local issues. I am looking forward to the day we no longer have two worlds of Riviera Beach. Congratulations to Dr. Botel on her victory. Wishing you good health and success in your next 3 years representing our city. May God bless the city of Riviera Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spears.
Corey Blackwell, Rodney Roberts, Peter Haruda.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I just want to come here tonight and say congratulations to Dr. Julie Botel, congratulations to Kashamba Miller, and congratulations to our newly elected chair. I had a very fruitful conversation this afternoon with the Chief of Police. Too often, the citizens of Riviera Beach gloss over what's really going on in our city, and we try to portray that everything is somewhat normal. Every week, we're burying, or somebody's burying, their loved ones in this city. The chief has a very daunting task in front of him. We can't paint our way out of this. We can't build our way out of this. This is going to cost the city. And in speaking to him, there's going to need to be more officers put on the force. There's some programs that he's talking about implementing. We've had problem-oriented policing, COP that he's implemented, and police aids. So to get our city in order, we're going to actually have to probably increase our city's police officers' budget. I'm coming to you now before the budget is in your hands and giving you some information that you need to start thinking about now. I'm going to work with the chief in building some community-based information pockets to help combat this crime also. So congratulations to you all once again. I want to thank and say job well done to Kashamba and Dr. Botel. Thank you.
Rodney Roberts, Peter Haruda, Paige Parker.
Madam Chair, Council people, Peter Ruda, 2305 Lakeshore Drive. Made mention of 24th Street last meeting, and I was really impressed. I wanted to come here and say thank you to everybody for taking the time. Monday they came out, enforcement, and was really impressed with the outturn, listening to the public, listening to what we all had to say in the city, coming forth and actually taking the time, coming out, looking at the situation, and getting back to us. I just was really impressed, and thank you for that. I talked to the major, and everything is really working out well, and I just wanted to say thank you again. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Rodney Roberts, Paige Parker.
Good evening. Rodney Roberts, 1581 West 14th Street, Riviera Beach. First and foremost, I want to thank God, and I want to say congratulations, Dr. Botel. Congratulations, Ms. Kashaba Miller, and that was a great election. Wish we could have had more participation as far as the populace is concerned, but those that cared enough to come out, they came out, got who they wanted. Let's move on. I actually wanted to just address nothing. Basically, we want our kids, we want coaches back on the football and baseball fields, back in the gyms, tennis courts, pools, what have you. We want our kids back being kids while taking all precautions necessary to keep our recreation department functioning. It's being done in surrounding communities. Perhaps it should have been done here first. The necessary to keep ourselves healthy and fit through sports. The sports program is a component that helps kids stay kids, while at the same time instilling young adult values in them, and at the same time having fun. They'll be grown soon. It doesn't take long. They may not know or realize what they are missing, but society will when they are lacking a player's discipline, when they are lacking the ability to work well with others, making a team effort, a commitment to the goal at hand, and even how to accept a loss. Our kids need our rec programs open. I understand that there's a lot of, we have COVID. All of us should be thankful that we were not a part of the 500,000 that are no longer here. But we realize that in life, they say you are darned if you do, and you're darned if you don't. But we have to understand that we'd rather be darn doing. Our kids need the coaches need the kids, and nothing should stand in the way of that progress, of their development, and them having something to do that is going to keep them from being pushed into the streets or being set aside with idle minds. They need that guidance that coaches provide for them. They need that sense that somebody cares, that somebody's interested in something that they are doing. And they're losing that right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Paige Parker.
Good evening, Paige Parker. I agree 100% with what that gentleman just said. As a director of a surf camp on Riviera Beach for 20 years, I know how important it is for these kids to be back in activities, back outside. But it needs to be done safely. And I want to say that this program is working. The Code Red program is working. I got a text message, I got a phone call, and I got an email about vaccination. Where to go, what time to show up. I'm not qualified yet, but this system is working. Moving forward, infrastructure, hurricane season, unfortunately, is right around the corner. And I hope that this system is also going to help us with hurricane evacuations. Very concerned as a survivor of Wilma, Irma, Jean, Andrew. Watched the Tierra across the street from my house. A curtain blew out, a piano blew out. People's lives and memories, pictures. So I hope that this is going to be a part of that program for hurricane season. We can't even get off the island on a Saturday. How are we going to evacuate all these people and all these condos that are now here? And they're not snowbirds, they're not leaving. They ain't going back, they're here. So please let's think about this. Also, I have been in contact with the Florida DOT about our crosswalk. Really good response there. I will follow up about that. Really good response. There is some studies going on with the traffic situation there, and hopefully we will get that crosswalk done. Back to the neighborhood of Lakeshore Drive and East 23rd Street, they're also doing a traffic control study there on the curve where Lakeshore Drive meets East 23rd. East 23rd is a city street. Lakeshore Drive, from what I've been told so far, is not, but we need to work together on that curve. There needs to be a speed bump put in there, traffic control, but I did get a response back from Lewis and Berger, who's in charge of the signs. That is a contract either of the city or the county, of the state. I'm in touch with all these people, got really good feedback. So I look forward to working on our infrastructure. For all of us, our infrastructure, we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes special comments.
Mr. Evans, do you have any follow-up to any of the issues that were raised during the public comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. With regards to the communication as it relates to recreational program, that is a presentation that is going to occur tonight as staff has put forth a plan to safely reopen some of our activities and programs so the community can participate in some things that were shut down as a result of COVID. With respect to the code red notifications, that is going to be the city's primary emergency communication tool for the purposes of vaccines, hurricane evacuation, inclement weather, any things that we want to get out to our public. That is going to be the mechanism that the city utilizes. That service is very robust and very intuitive. It actually allows us to create situations where we can have a geofence to where we can notify persons in an impacted area if there is, I don't even want to say the word, a water main break or a transmission pipe break. We can notify persons that would be affected in that particular area. So it gives us an opportunity to be more specific and get down granular as well as expand it out to the entire city. So that is a device or a service that the city has procured and will be our primary emergency management software to utilize. So if you haven't subscribed to receive notifications from the city of Riviera Beach, if you go to our website, riverabeach.org, and it's on the home page of the website, just put your information in there and we can send you emails, texts, phone calls. The system allows for us to communicate with you directly in whichever way or whichever medium you select. So that's my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will conclude this special comment section for our oath of office meeting. We will now recess. We will now take back our recess. Is that how we do it now? All right.
Recess.
We'll recess until our utility district meeting. Thank you. We're going to call the utility district meeting to order for March 17, 2021. Madam Chair, can we get a roll call for the utility district meeting? I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Chairperson Shirley Lanier.
Here.
Vice Chairperson Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Board Member Troderick McCoy,
Here.
Board Member Julia Botel,
Here.
Board Member Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Ex officio Board Member Mayor Ronnie L. Felder,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
Interim Executive Director Jonathan Batista,
Here.
District Clerk Claudine Anthony is present, District Attorney Don Nguyen,
Here.
Assistant District Finance Director Nydia Reynolds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will get started with our invocation and pledge of allegiance, led by Councilman Doug Lawson. Please be reminded that the Utility Special District Board of Directors has adopted the rules of decorum governing public comment during public comment. Any persons who would like to speak on an agenda item, please complete a green public comment card located at the front desk and give it to the staff prior to the item being taken up by the Board of Directors for discussion. Members of the public will be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda, and 3 minutes to speak on each regular agenda item. The time limit for public comment may be reduced by a vote of the Board of Directors based on the voluminous nature of public comment cards. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a comment card to speak on any agenda item after the resolution is read or the item is considered. Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Can we have a motion to approve the agenda as listed for our March 17th Utility District meeting? Actually, let me ask this first. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions to the agenda first?
None from staff, Madam Chair.
Hearing none, can I get a motion to accept the agenda as listed?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Board Member Botel,
Yes.
Board Member Lawson,
Yes.
Board Member McCoy,
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes. Also, I would like to ask any of the board members, are there any disclosures of any of the items that are on our agenda tonight?
None.
For me.
Thank you. There are no items on our consent agenda. There are no minutes or resolutions. We will start with the awards and presentations. State of the Utility Part 2. Mr. Jonathan Batista, who is the Interim Executive Director for our utility district.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, sir.
This particular presentation is obviously a continuation from the discussion that we've had with the board about the utility district. There also will be a State of the Utility District Part 3 that is going to speak on the financing model as well as the capital construction model for a new utility district. So we will be concluding our series on the state of the utility district at our next regular utility district meeting. So I just wanted to state that to the board.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Batista?
All right. So good evening, people of Riviera Beach. This is State of the Utility Part 2, and first I'll make a quick acknowledgement. This presentation is partly thanks to a resident who, amongst many people who email the Utility Special District, myself receives about 1,500 emails a month. That's a lot to some people, trivial to others. But in this email, the resident was concerned, hey, we're doing all this for the water treatment plant, but what about the rest? And so this presentation is about the rest. So in this agenda, we're covering the utility system overview, a quick refresher. We're going to go over the buried infrastructure and the pump stations, the challenges and initiatives that we're dealing with when it comes to our water transmission system, the wastewater collection system, and then the pump stations and force mains that are dealing with those. And then finally, we'll have concluding remarks. So as Mr. Evans has stated, we had done part one, which covered the existing water treatment plant in the last council meeting. We're covering part two, which deals with our buried infrastructure and pump stations. And then in the next council meeting, we'll be talking about the new water treatment plant in detail. So big picture of the utility, we have a diverse portfolio of assets. So starting on the left-hand side, we have 27 wells. That's the source of our groundwater. And then from there, the miles of pipe go to the water treatment plant. The water treatment plant is our heart and our liver, pumping the water to our customers. We have 4 storage tanks, 3 of them are pump stations, 188 miles of pipe, and over 1,000 hydrants that we work with when it comes to delivering water. Now, after the customers receive this water, a lot of it becomes wastewater. So after you use it in your toilet, your showers, or it's part of your business, it has to go somewhere. So from the customers, it enters our sewer system and makes its way to our lift stations. You can imagine lift stations as essentially these areas where wastewater flows into them, and then the wastewater is pumped out of them. And we're talking over 100 miles of pipe, over 50 lift stations that pump all this wastewater to the southwest, to the East Central Regional Wastewater Facility, which is shared by multiple entities: Palm Beach County, Lake Worth, Town of Palm Beach, West Palm Beach. So we all work together to treat our wastewater in one place. Now, even though you don't really see all of our infrastructure, we're everywhere. Our water distribution system is under almost every single road that you drive over, our sewers, our force mains. Essentially, there's a vast network underneath the city of Riviera Beach that delivers water and also retrieves the wastewater from your homes and businesses. Now, this is a close-up map. There's a few residents shown. It might be a little difficult to see, but essentially the blue lines are the water mains running across under the streets and also through the easements in the backs of people's homes. And then we have the sewer mains in green, which essentially collect that wastewater and deliver it to our lift stations and eventually ECR. Now, when it comes to all of this infrastructure, we're trying to prevent problems from occurring every single day. We're trying not to get on the news. So recently, West Palm Beach had a transmission break that they had to essentially open up interconnects and have water flow from other entities in order to meet the demand of the day. So it's a big issue. Their water main reached the end of its useful life. And so we're trying to make sure that we replace things in a timely manner and don't have massive issues on our hands, like when it comes to this water main, or in a worse situation, if there was a sewer break or a lift station failed, you could have sewer wastewater on the streets. So much of our infrastructure is aging. The city is close to 100 years old, and over the course of time, there's been a lot of infrastructure that has been built, and as each day goes by, it becomes vulnerable to failure. There's a lot of different factors that can lead to that failure, whether it's the soil characteristics. For instance, if you're on the island, you're surrounded by the ocean, which impacts how the pipes corrode over time. Age is another big part of it, and in the next map, I'll show you a little more details on that. How we operate the system impacts how the condition of the infrastructure is maintained, especially for the sewer system. In the sewer, it's a lot more corrosive than in the water main. So in this map, to get your bearings, on the east side, we have Singer Island pretty much standing alone, represented by the green and the red. The heart of the city is shown in red, and then we have all this essentially rainbow colors going on the western end. And what this represents is the red color are this water infrastructure that was built in the 1950s. Now, when you get to the green part, that's the infrastructure that was built in the 1960s. So the green and red portions of this map are the oldest parts of our infrastructure. So the center part around Blue Heron, Old Dixie Highway, a lot of the infrastructure going closer to the coast is older, and the same thing with Singer Island.
President Barack Obama Highway.
Oh, President Barack Obama Highway. So continue from there. So as you go further west, you have a patchwork of infrastructure that's been developed. So the general trend is the further west you go in the city, the newer the infrastructure. So like with Arbor Park, that's a new development, and they're gonna have water main and sewer that will likely last longer than our older infrastructure. Now, as we continue to deal with all this infrastructure, we got different issues that we deal with, whether it comes to how it's installed, whether we have other contractors that are trying to install their infrastructure like cable lines, all this different utility work that happens around our utilities, and sometimes we collide. So in the picture to the top right, that's one case where there's a jack and bore operation that went through one of our gravity service lines, and obviously our customers are not happy when there's a conflict like that. And in some cases, when there's an issue with the sewer system, there could be things like sewer backups occur. Now, there's been a host of different infrastructure challenges over the years. On Singer Island, there was a recent water interruption, and what complicated the problem was there was a paved valve nearby, where normally you could have one of our operations staff just close the valve, isolate the water, and easily fix the problem. But because one of those valves were paved over, we had to get a contractor to put a line stop and essentially take a lot longer to do the same work. Had our infrastructure been properly maintained, we could have avoided that issue. Now, when it comes to our largest lift station, 1A, it requires immediate structural rehabilitation. The board had approved EAC to conduct phase 1 and phase 2 of the lift station assessments, and as part of their phase 1, they discovered lift station 1A has severe structural degradation, and I'll show you a picture later on. When it comes to lift station number 20, it's failed multiple times, and it causes operational issues for customers because when that lift station fails, it can't deliver wastewater the way it's supposed to. And then finally, throughout the entire city, we're embarking on unidirectional flushing, and part of the challenge there is, just like on the Singer Island situation, there's some valves that are not easily accessible or don't exist the way we thought they existed. So going forward, all this has impact to our customers. One of our largest is Pepsi, which we're in regular contact with, and they're getting hit from two sides. They're trying to deal with our water quality while also trying to deal with lift station 20, which has had multiple issues, and they're having trouble getting the wastewater out of their system. So everything that we do doesn't just impact residents, it also impacts businesses in ways that sometimes people don't really understand. And we want to make sure everybody is getting the right amount of service so that they want to stay here and continue to operate within Riviera Beach. Now, for this next portion, I'm going to bring forward our chief mechanic, Joe Jackson, and he's going to go into more details about the sewer side of our system.
Hello, my name is Joseph Jackson. I'll be speaking on how customers' improper disposal of rags, grease, hair, a multitude of things can impact our lift stations and increase the chance of sewer backups. In this slide, you'll see that fog stands for fat, oil, and grease. That includes cooking oil, such as vegetable, peanut, canola, coconut, etc. When these substances enter the sewer system, they solidify, clinging to the pipes and trapping other materials. So basically, you never want to pour grease down a sink, a drain, a toilet. Not only pouring grease down a drain, it's also washing your pots and pans. So some people say, I don't pour grease down the drain. If you don't properly wipe all the excess material out your pots, pans, off your plates, that still contributes to blockages in the system. A lot of times when you see blockages, it's because a lot of grease gets in your pipe, and it's almost like a clogged artery. So that pipe's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller until you end up with a blockage. So never use toilets to dispose of food scraps. and the big one is wipes. Wipes don't break down like toilet paper does. So when they say flushable, that's not the case. You know, water usually break down tissues at a good pace. Wipes do not. You'll see in one of the slides that we have. So basically what you see hanging off these pipes are the impacts to the lift stations. So when fats, oils, grease, rags, hair, any of those things, when they're flushed down the toilet just because they made it out your pipe, you affect others in your neighborhood. So what this does, this increase the frequency in which we have to go clean the lift stations. It increased the frequency in which we have to clean mains, sewer lines, all those things. So you can end up with a problem at your house, or your neighborhood can end up with a problem because bad habits of others. And basically in this slide it says disposable wipes, grease, clogs. Basically, that's what you end up like. We have, it causes problems at your house. So when you think it's a city impacted, it's something that the city did. Most of the time it's something that was self-inflicted. It was grease going down the drain. It was when you're combing your hair and you throw it in the toilet, all that stuff built up with grease, fats, oils, and grease. All that stuff causes you to have a problem in your home. So
stuff on the side, what is that? What you say?
that was on the side, those are rags. Those are rags. Those are wipes, rags. You'll be shocked at the stuff that you see in the sewer. You wonder how people flush it, but it goes down there. We done found shoes and everything in pumps. So shoes, drawers, everything. So, basically, we try to prevent these things from happening. So it's good that we can speak on it, so we can try to prevent some of these things from happening in the future, and keeping you from being your lines being blocked up 10 o'clock in the afternoon when you're trying to take a shower and your lines blocked up and you got emergencies. So, this you or me? This is back to Jonathan.
Thank you for that. I think a lot of people don't realize that flushing any and everything down the toilet blocks up probably not yours, but somebody else's system as well.
Yeah, so thank you, Joe. Essentially, that's just a glimpse at what our operations staff have to deal with on a regular basis. And the message here is that we impact customers with how we maintain our infrastructure, but customers impact us on how difficult it is to maintain the infrastructure. So the more you're aware of how you influence your utility, the more you could help us bring the utility where it really needs to be. Now, we're trying to transition from all these reactive improvements, emergencies, things that are surprises, to something that's more proactive. Rather than wait for the emergency to happen, we're trying to prevent the emergency from happening to begin with. And in fact, I'm glad to announce that today, 2 of the high service pumps that were approved to be rehabilitated by the board have just been installed and started up successfully. So we only had 2 pumps operating, now we have 4. So that puts us in a much more comfortable position, because that's the heart of our system that delivers water. Now in this case, lift stations deal with the other side of the equation, pumping wastewater. And in the case of lift station 50, that's our crown jewel on the left-hand side. It's essentially a new lift station that can pump wastewater with very little trouble. Now when you compare that to lift station 47 and 1A, they have a lot of different issues that they contend with. In the case of 1A, it's been corroding over the course of time to the point where rebar is exposed. And for people who don't really understand structural engineering, the second you see rebar, that's a big something's about to happen. And so right now we have a consultant helping us figure out how we're going to rehabilitate this, because if this were to collapse, it would knock out lift station 1A. And this is one of our largest lift stations that delivers wastewater to ECR. So as you can imagine, if this went down, you might have a lot of wastewater in places you don't want it to be. So we're already taking contingency measures in the event that were to happen, but we're trying to prevent it from happening. We're trying to take proactive actions. And the same issue for lift station 47. We want to replace it. It's had all sorts of issues over the course of time. This picture doesn't really do it justice, where it's just rags and grease building up on a regular basis within the wet well of that lift station. and now we want to transition it to something more like Lift Station 50. So we have a lot of projects going on. The utility is working on many different things, whether it deals with the C-17 and M Canal crossings, the water and force main crossings from the mainland to Singer Island, the wastewater pump station's condition assessment, Palm Beach Shores water main is now in procurement, and then the unidirectional flushing is ongoing. So there's a lot of different moving parts going on to maintain the utility in the way that it's meant to be. Now, buried infrastructure is not something that is unique to Riviera Beach. This is something that many utilities across the nation are contending with, where it's anticipated that over $400 billion is needed for the nation's drinking water utilities over the next 20 years. When it comes to the wastewater system, over $200 billion. Now, in our case, over $50 million has been spent in improvements in the past 10 years, including lift stations 10 and 50, the lime softener that was rehabilitated in the water plant, and then water and sewer improvements throughout the city. But going forward, when it comes to lift station rehab, the replacement of sewers, water mains, and the wells, we're looking at over $100 million that's going to have to be invested to make sure we can be proactive with our utility. So what does that mean for our customers? If we're able to get all these things assessed and fixed over the course of time, we're going to have better water quality and better pressure. So we're aware that there's a significant need for improvements, and once those improvements are completed, you'll see the results. The quality of the water, the product that we produce, will change before your very eyes. In fact, one customer, after North Softener number 3 came online, thought she was crazy. She was like, hey, the water's different. When I'm mopping the floor, it doesn't stain my floor like it used to. And that was because when the Softener 3 came back online, it changed the product that we were producing. And so we're not trying to just do it once and then walk away. We're trying to keep improving over the course of time so that at the end you're getting a very high quality product compared to any utility. On the wastewater side, we're doing multiple studies and assessments to figure out what exactly needs to be done to get our lift stations back on track and our sewer system back on track so the customers don't have to face sewer backups and other lift station issues. But like stated before, what you put down your toilet, what you put down your sink can affect you, so you have to be careful. And that concludes the presentation. I open the floor to questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
I don't have any questions, but I wanted to see if we were concluding with this. I wanted to see if the board would indulge, I guess, the manager for, I wanted to see if there's no questions relative to this item. I wanted to see, I think Mr. Evans has something that he wants to bring to our attention that's time sensitive.
Madam Chair and members of the board, we've had an opportunity to have discussions with our lobbyist, Mr. Sean Pittman, and Mr. Pittman told us that one of our corporate citizens and an entity that we've done business with in the past would like to show their appreciation for the city of Riviera Beach. And so if the board would actually join Ms. Holly Rashine, there we go, okay, at the podium for a presentation from Ashbridge Environmental. This is a great day for us to see a contribution that will be provided to the board to utilize for the same type of purposes that you utilize for your community benefits program. So if the board members would join us at the podium for the ceremonial check presentation. I did get the physical check and provided it to finance, so the money's in the bank, I guess. So if you'd like to say anything.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Is this relative to the utility district or for the city council?
For the city council, but she has another engagement that she has to run to, yes.
All right, very good.
Madam Chair, can I make a few brief comments, just real quick, and thank you so much. Thank you. As a former public servant myself, I've actually had the pleasure of doing work with the city of Riviera Beach. I was the former chair of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Appropriation Subcommittee, where I'm sure Mr. Bautista and his team would come and ask for resources from the state for these awesome, awesome projects. So it's so wonderful to see the momentum that is going in this beautiful, beautiful city. But I'm now coming with my private sector hat on. I was termed out in the Florida House, and I come with a wonderful contribution from Ashbrook Inc. to the City of Riviera Beach for your Community Engagement Fund. And while you might need us in a time of need, we're there for you, but we also want to be there for you, for your community, when you don't need us. But when there are other organizations that might need a shot in the arm or some help for whatever you all might deem worthy. So please, please, please accept this on behalf of Ashbrook Inc. And we're so excited to be a benefactor of the city. And with that, I have a giant check. As Mr. Evans said, he actually has the dollar check, so that's good. And thank you all so much for being here. I compliment you and the wonderful hard work that you do on behalf of the citizens, not only of Riviera Beach, but to make Florida an even better state. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes.
As we're going up, if I can just say a couple things, because I think Ms. Rashawn is being modest. She's not only a former representative, but she was also a legislative assistant when I worked in the Florida House.
Yes.
And more importantly, right now, she's also a commissioner of Florida Finance Housing Corporation.
Woo, woo.
So we're working on a lot of projects, and especially workforce housing projects. So certainly remember us when there's projects that come up here, because we have a really great city and there's much to explore here. As you know, you're from the Keys, and we would certainly love to have that working relationship. So I didn't want to not make sure that I mentioned to our board members that we have a commissioner here for Florida Finance Housing Corporation and knows where those tax credit dollars come from to help with several projects that we've seen come through our board. So good to see you, and thank you for bringing that to us. But that was probably just as important as the check, but thank you anyways.
I think so. And thank you, Mr. Councilman.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
You're gonna, yeah. Take a look at
And if we can have someone from the communications team to snap a photo for us. Yeah, yeah. No, you guys got it. We got the check already. You guys can be in the photos. We got the check.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Holly. I can't pronounce your last name. All right, thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. And how much is that check? Okay, very good. All right. Those of you that don't know, our community benefits are for the benefit of nonprofit organizations here in the city of Riviera Beach. So thank you again for that donation. Mr. Batista, is there anyone from the board who would like to have any questions of Mr. Batista? I think that was an excellent, excellent presentation, especially in terms of what people put down the drain and what they don't, what they flush down the toilet and what they don't. I really appreciate the fact that you are keeping the public well aware of what is happening with our utility district, and not just with, we're going to build a new water plant. It's something that has a lot of moving parts to it, and I really think, thank your team for being able to, especially Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, for making sure that when this information is presented, I can understand what it is, and people who are looking can understand what it is. So we really appreciate the fact that you can break this down so that, people who are not technical can understand how this whole thing works. We really appreciate that. Are there any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
With none being had, thank you so much, Mr. Batista. We'll move on to our next item.
Resolution number 4-21 UD, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Riviera Beach, Utility Special District, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the proposal from Brown and Caldwell to provide drinking water system risk and resilience assessment, authorizing the District Finance Director to make payments from project number 18160 in an amount not to exceed $101,996 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Can I get a motion to request the approval of Resolution 4-21 UD?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, if I can have the Acting Utility District Director, Mr. Jonathan Batista, make this presentation.
Thank you.
For this item, this risk and resilience assessment is required by federal law, the American Water Infrastructure Act. And essentially, this assessment is meant to identify the natural and man-made disasters that could befall a utility. The idea is to address the vulnerabilities within our infrastructure and attempt to prevent such disasters from befalling the utility. So this is step one. Step two is the emergency response plan, which will have to follow this. We have till June of this year to have the assessment completed, so I think we have enough time to get this done ahead of time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? If there's no further debate, we have a motion that has been seconded. The motion is to approve Resolution 4-21 UD. As your name is called, please answer yes or no. Madam Clerk?
Board Member Botel?
Yes.
Board Member Lawson?
Yes.
Board Member McCoy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson? Chair Lanier?
Yes.
That motion is approved.
Thank you. Next item?
Resolution number 7-21 UD, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Riviera Beach, Utility Special District, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the proposal for a scope of services from AE Engineering, Inc., whose office is in West Palm Beach, utilizing the City of Riviera Beach contract to provide grant management assistance to the City of Riviera Beach Utility Special District, authorizing the District Finance Director to make payments from account number 411-311-015-31000 in an amount not to exceed $34,937.50 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. I'm requesting a motion to approve Resolution 7-21 UD.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have Acting Utility District Director, Mr. Jonathan Batista, make this presentation.
For this item, this deals with the C-17 and M Canal grant, where we're receiving $1.9 million from DEO. And essentially, we want to make sure that we meet every single grant requirement. And we're contracting with AE Engineering, in this case, to support us when administering the grant and making sure that all requirements are met.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I just am curious, Madam Chair.
Yes, you recognize.
So, is this not something, just the management of the grant portion, is that something that cannot be obtained in-house and that we have to get the engineering firm at a cost of $34,000?
In this case, we don't believe we have the in-house capability.
Okay, well, I'm going to vote in support of it, but, members, this goes to the very point of us having separate entities with a separate budget, and I'm certain that there wasn't anything, in my opinion, that would prohibit if we had the correct staffing, and it just seems useless to continue to see dollars that's associated with rate water increases go to an outside source when these positions, that's almost at least half of a 1 FTE position at the city, or the district for that matter. But I think we just got to look at the larger scale of, we're spending $34,000 for a short-term position for a certain engineering firm to do this, when obviously if we had engineer staffing, that this was something that could be done in-house. So, you know, I just think that there could be, this could be utilized in a better fashion.
Thank
That's
you,
it.
sir. We have some comments for Ms. Jacobs.
Madam Chair, if I could, Ms. Jacobs, address that particular.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs. I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. And I just wanted to share, in listening to you, Mr. McCoy, I feel the exact same way. I used to administer grants with the City of West Palm Beach, in particular, the CDBG grants. And based on my experience, I can honestly say that we don't have the staff in-house to assist. But the plan was, Rashay and I, my assistant, we work with this particular agency just in a premature fashion to find out what they did know. It appears as though they really do know what they're doing. So it is my plan to be able to utilize them and to teach our staff so that any additional grants that we receive, we'll be able to manage them. But it's really important, because what happens with federal dollars is that if you don't meet those requirements, you have to pay the monies back.
Madam Chair, if I may also add on to the particular comments, the entity, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Jacobs, the entity that would be managing the grant was the entity that assisted in writing the grant, which we received $1.9 million associated with a allocation from the Department of Economic Opportunity, the same entity that we've requested well over $50 million to assist in the construction of a new utility district. So we want to make sure that we exceed Department of Economic Opportunity's expectations with regards to the management of this particular grant. In the event we were to hire a particular person to do that, you're well into about $120,000 with salary and benefits, and they may not have all the specificities associated with this, because you need engineering as well as grant management associated with that. So it would be hard to find one person that has that skill set.
Follow up.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Evans, I understand what you're saying, and I'm going to tell you I respectfully disagree, because members, let me remind you, we did remove a engineering position at the start of this fiscal year from the budget. So while I do agree that there may be some expertise that could be done better on the outside, but having an engineer with those same skills internally would make it where we wouldn't even have to, you know, spend that additional $34,000. But there is no in-staff engineer at the USD currently, is there?
Yes, there
Actually, there is.
Oh, is that something, is that new?
No, sir.
So since we removed it from the position, how did that happen?
The position was always, there were always two engineers there.
Okay. All right. Good enough.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Jacobs or Mr. Batista? With that being said, the motion is to approve Resolution 7-21UD. It has been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Board Member Lawson?
Yes.
Board Member McCoy?
Yes.
Board Member Botel?
Yes.
Vice Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
That motion is approved.
Next item.
Resolution number 8-21UD, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Riviera Beach, Utility Special District, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the amended contract with Cardinal Contractors, Inc. for design build services, amending Article 28, modifications of work, authorizing the district chairperson and the utility district clerk to execute amendment number 1 between the Utility Special District Board and Cardinal Contractors, Inc., and authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the utility district finance director to make payments after subsequent resolutions, work authorizations have been issued, and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Requesting a motion to approve Resolution 8-21UD.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can have Jonathan Batista, Acting Utility District Director, make this presentation.
For this contract amendment, The purpose behind it is to establish a change order process. Right now we have two contractors, Cardinal and Global Tech, conducting, I would say, a massive capital improvement program at our water treatment plant. And it's come to my knowledge that we don't have a change order process to allow us to easily deal with unforeseen conditions that may come up at this treatment plant. So as an example, if let's say the contractor needs to build something or dig underground and there's something conflicting that they didn't know about, then they would potentially write up a change order. And that change order would describe, let's say, removing something that's in the way or doing something different that may incur an additional cost. And so the idea here is just to establish a process so that we can react to these unforeseen conditions in a way that's been done with previous projects like Silver Beach Road, where change orders sometimes need to happen to keep a project rolling. And so in this case, we're still remaining within the procurement code where the change orders are not meant to go above 10% without board approval. This is just to fix pretty much what was not included in the past resolution, where normally the project is allowed to have up to 10% change orders approved by the city manager, but in this case, it wasn't included in the past resolution, so right now, we don't have a means to deal with change orders.
Any questions from the board? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded for resolution number 8-21D. Madam Clerk?
Board Member McCoy?
Yes.
Board Member Botel?
Yes.
Board Member Lawson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Next item?
Resolution number 9-21UD, a resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Riviera Beach, Utility Special District, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the amended contract with Global Tech, Inc. for design build services, amending Article 28, modifications of work, authorizing the district chairperson and the utility district clerk to execute amendment number 1 between the Utility Special District Board and Global Tech, Inc., and authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to 10%, authorizing the utility district finance director to make payments after subsequent resolutions, work authorizations has been issued, and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Request for a motion to approve resolution 9-21UD.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, if I can have Jonathan Batista, Acting Director of the Utility District, make this presentation.
For this contract amendment is essentially identical to the previous resolution. In this case, it deals with Global Tech, which is the second contractor working at this water treatment plant, Cardinal being the other contractor. So we're amending the same part of the contract, Article 28, to allow for change orders up to 10%.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? None being heard. The motion is to approve resolution 9-21UD. As your name is called, please answer yes or no. Madam Clerk?
Board Member Botel?
Yes.
Board Member Lawson?
Yes.
Board Member McCoy?
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Thank you. That is the end of the items on our agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any comments for public comment for the utility district?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment for our utility special district meeting. If you would be so kind to read the statement into the record.
Yes. Please be reminded, the rules of decorum, public comment during an official meeting has been adopted and posted at the entrance. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the district chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting and or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comment cards for this particular section of the agenda is now closed. Wesley Schuler, O'Brien Edwards, Cindy March.
How y'all doing? I'm just very curious. Some of the people that I know that's dear to me that stays in Revere, their water is still green. Coming out of the tub, coming out of the sink. That's real ridiculous. And we talking about infrastructure and stuff like that, but you still have that problem going on. And these older people, they not gonna say too much, but they getting tired of that. Then you got children. If it's a mix-up and these children end up with that type of water, that's not good for them. And then for you to say that y'all gonna do all this stuff, if that's the case and you trying to bring it up to date, you as the reclaimed water, y'all will separate, reclaim for the irrigation and bring purple pipe in through the whole city so that'll free up some of your water. Because the city of West Palm is on board with reclaimed water. Palm Beach County is up to date with reclaimed water. Delray is up to claim with reclaimed water. If that's the case, that's what y'all need to be doing. Because this right here, this can't keep going on. And you keep throwing away money in certain departments and everywhere else, but some of this money y'all need to stop spending and just say that, listen, we got a problem. We need to address this issue the best way we know how to and get this water up under control. Because if you don't, then I will personally have to go to Tallahassee and get the governor involved. Because this is what need goes on. And I'm finished with it.
Thank you, sir.
O'Brien, Edwards, Cindy March, Thomas Masters.
Hello, I'm O'Brien Edwards, longtime resident of Riviera Beach. I just want to say hello and thank you, councilmen and women, and Mayor Felder. I just want to be up here shortly. I won't take all the time. I just want to say that I am grateful to have more knowledge on what's been going on with the water and things like that. That's really helpful for us to those who did not know to understand more about what's going on. I want to talk about a little bit about some things that I heard, some great things that I heard that may happen in Riviera Beach and my support for it. And one of those is being the water tank art project. I believe that art, not only do I believe, but research shows that art has a significant effect on academic and social success on students. And I believe education, and because I believe education is the ultimate combative to the violence that was spoke about earlier, I believe an art project in Riviera Beach is an excellent step in the right direction. So I want to make sure I show support for that. I want to make sure that I say that I believe that more funds should be directed towards education in Riviera Beach, more so than anywhere else. If we're talking about combating violence, if we're talking about doing anything, education and parks and recs needs to be the first, the things that we focus on, in addition to also making sure the water is right. I believe that, art brings people together. Anytime we have music events, anytime we have art events, everybody comes together. And I believe that the water tank art project is excellent. Not only will it bring people to our city to want to be here and to want to take pictures, but it'll also show pride, and it'll also show that we can work together and move forward in the right direction. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Cindy March, Bishop Thomas Masters.
Good evening. I'm a little confused. Last meeting I came to, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, didn't you all say that you all already had the land and you all was going to build a new water plant and you all had to put in for like $50-something million for grant money from the government? So is this the same thing you're talking about now, or what happened to the land that you all supposed to have? You all don't even know if you can even build on that land. You all are just throwing something out there for political gain. You know, it's sad because you know who it trickle down to? The citizens who have to pay this water bill, because it's going to cost them 30% in the next 5 years for this infrastructure. And y'all better hope and pray that this don't become like Flint, Michigan. And I'm quite sure everybody knew what happened in Flint, Michigan. I even asked over a month ago for somebody to come to 201 25th Street and test the water. The water is green. My sister and my brother-in-law have cream that they have to use because their skin is broke out from the water. Y'all gonna wait until somebody die? Our water don't even come from here. I used to stay in Lake Park. It comes from Seacoast Utility. So by the time that water come through here, it's no good no way. Number one, 2 of the pipes not even working. It's not about the trash and the garbage. Y'all just voting on everything. Greed will catch y'all sooner than later. Keep saying yes to everything and having private meetings and not doing what's right for the citizen. We all, including myself when I speak, so let me make myself very clear. We all need to put down the personal vendettas, the political gain, and get something solved for the citizen of Riviera Beach. If you're going to be a leader, be a great leader. Be transparent. Stop with these personal vendettas. Doug, you can hold your head up high because the voters know who you are. You all have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. March. Bishop Thomas Masters.
Thank you. I'm going to try to talk very fast because I have 4 important things to say. One is I want to congratulate Dr. Patel. It was a pleasure serving with you when I was the mayor. And you know how we feel about you in New Macedonia. You've been there several times, so congratulations on a landslide victory twice. And also to the new chair, new vice chair, congratulations. I missed all of it. But I do hope and pray that the healing can start. I'm really happy that the election is over because I will get calls throughout the day. Some would tell me about my boy, and they was referring to Doug. Others would tell me about my girl, and they were referring to Dr. Patel. So my girl, my boy, let's go forward. Also, many of you may remember our Chief of Staff, Debbie LeBlanc Isaacs. She lost her mother. Bishop Harold Ray will be presiding at our church on Saturday. You may want to reach out to Debbie. She's really heartbroken. And for those who are viewing and listening, if you're not able to get an appointment anywhere, please reach out to me and I can hook you up just like that. Broward College North Campus. You can go there, Turnpike, on the Turnpike. I believe it's exit 67. I've been there twice, so we have a little inside hookup. If you're going to go and get a COVID shot, it's the Moderna one. No appointments are necessary. It's a walk-in. And I can tell you both days, yesterday and today, no line, no wait. You were in and out within 15 or 20 minutes after you did the intake. Also, so please give me a call at 561-247-2713. If you have not been able to make an appointment for whatever reason, call us. And well, I took 2 people today and yesterday, and we'll provide some kind of transportation if you don't have it. Got a call about an hour ago from Papa John's, who has a pizza place very close to Riviera Beach. They need 9 drivers. They will accept ex-felons as well. And they pay about $500 a week over and above your expenses. And it's right up the street from Riviera Beach. Give us a call and we'll set you up with the general manager, Mr. George Poole from Riviera Beach. Again, it's time to go forward for the city. Let's go in a spirit of love, peace, and healing. I know we're better than this and we can do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes public comment.
Yeah, move to adjourn.
There was a motion made to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I did want to say something before
Okay,
we do
very
that.
good.
I can go now?
Yes,
Sure.
please.
I didn't, I hadn't wanted to do during the swearing in, I wanted to introduce my new legislative assistant, and I think she's gone now. Is she here? She was here. So her name is Kiva Green. Kiva is a Riviera Beach resident, and I actually grew up with her and have known her since elementary school. So for those of you that have been wondering why or when was I going to get an assistant, and I would tell you the same thing in due time. And I'm very pleased with having Kiva come on board. So you'll see her shortly, but she was here. She had to have just left not too long ago. Thank you.
I have a motion and a second on the floor to adjourn.
So moved.
This is so moved. There's a clerk right there, so can I get an agreement to adjourn? Yes?
So moved.
Board Member Botel?
Yes.
Board Member McCoy? Yes. Board Member Lawson?
Yes.
Vice Chair Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Motion approved.
Motion is. We will reconvene. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, people. 5 minutes.
You have some more?
We now are going to call to order our regular city council meeting of March the 17th, 2021. We've already done our Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to go, because we're going back to this meeting, which means that we put it on recess. Reconvene, there we go. We're reconvening this meeting from earlier, so let us start with the where we left off, which is the agenda approval. I wanted you guys to look at the agenda and add or delete or substitute items of your pleasure.
All right, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think earlier, I guess I can say it, I wasn't up here at the time, but the presentation that was mentioned about for the outgoing chair and for, if there's something for the incoming person, if that's the case, if we can, where would we add that at?
Okay, we can add that to the agenda.
Madam Clerk?
We can add it wherever the board wants to add it at. If you want to do it prior to the consent agenda, you can do it there, or you can do it under awards and presentations.
No, I want to add it prior to the consent agenda.
Okay, so Madam Chair, members of the board, I do have some additions that I need to read into the record, and I will read that addition into the record as well.
Go ahead.
Okay, we have Madam Chair, members of the board, under additions, deletions, substitutions, and revisions, we have item number 26A, proclamation from the Office of the Mayor, City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, declaring the month of April as Sexually Transmitted Disease Awareness Month. And Madam Chair, members of the board, prior to considering the consent agenda, we have a presentation to Councilperson Botel as outgoing chairperson, and a presentation to Councilperson Lanier as the incoming chairperson. We also have some community benefits to
Madam
add.
Chair. So is this a number? What number for the presentation?
We can,
26B?
presentation to Councilperson Botel and Councilperson Lanier will be 6A, being that it's coming before the consent agenda.
Is this the same item that Ms. Kashamba, the Councilwoman Miller Anderson?
I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
But what number is it, you said?
6A. We'll give it 6A since it's going to be held before the consent agenda.
Right.
Okay, and then you said for the mayor's proclamation, that was what?
Item number 26A.
Okay. 26A, okay.
Is it that, Madam Clerk?
No.
No, Madam Chair, I have some more additions, deletions.
Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, earlier today, you all received an email regarding some community benefits that Councilperson Miller Anderson wanted to add to the agenda tonight. I will read them. 25A, a community benefit for freepreneurs, their mental health program in the amount of $540. 25B, Riviera Beach Cares Homeless Coalition for Families, Inc., assistance with emergency shelter for the homeless in the amount of $540. 25C, She Speaks International, Inc., support past Thanksgiving event and upcoming projects for community youth in the amount of $540. 25D, Nelson's Outreach Ministries, Inc., support past Thanksgiving event and upcoming projects for community members in the amount of $540. 25E, Operation Hope, support past Thanksgiving event and upcoming projects for community youth in the amount of $250. 25F, Sounds of Success Music Corporation, to support a music summer camp program for our youth in the amount of $560. 25G, Mothers Against Murders Association, Inc., support to families during COVID in the amount of $540. 25H, St. George Center, Inc., helping to feed the homeless in the amount of $540. 25I, Team Elam, to support their mentoring program in the amount of $540. 25J, Thrive for a Change, supporting returning citizens to access services in our community in the amount of $540. 25K, Children's Outreach, Inc., food distribution to community in the amount of $540. 25L, the Pink Queen Foundation, provide wellness baskets to cancer survivors in the amount of $540. 25M, Max Fisher's Boys and Girls Club, to support youth programs in our community in the amount of $540. Madam Chair, members of the board, we also have a community benefit added to the agenda tonight from the office of Councilperson Botel. 25N, the organization name is First Studio Arts, and the amount is $400. Madam Chair, members of the board, that is all the additions that I have for the agenda.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, may I address the clerk?
Yes, go ahead.
I think it should be $1,400.
Okay, $1,400 instead of $400 for First Studio Arts.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Are there any other additions or deletions or substitutions for this agenda?
Yes, I want to make sure that we point out that the as spread has already been presented, so we can remove number 26 altogether.
Okay, we will delete number 26, since that presentation was provided to us in our utility district meeting.
But we do have a 26A, right?
Yes, so we can,
Madam Chair?
yes, sir.
I don't believe
Yes,
you
ma'am,
should
I'm
delete
sorry.
it. I don't think you should delete it because you actually handled the item, and the minutes will reflect that it was deleted as if you never handled it.
Okay, very good.
We'll just skip over it because you've handled it.
Okay, we'll do that. And 26A will be the proclamation.
A proclamation, from my understanding, Madam Chair, members of the board, it will be read by you, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add just a recap of the water tank art project.
You want to do those under your council, under your mayor comments, Mayor, or you want to add it to the agenda?
Whichever.
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, let's do it under the actual agenda so that there's a discussion and not,
Just
you know,
a
at the
comment?
end of the meeting. So a
Okay,
discussion seems to be more appropriate.
So where can we add that, Madam Clerk?
So that would be, Madam Chair, members of the board, that would be 26B,
26B.
and that is the presentation on the art project for the water tank.
Okay. So the 26B will be the presentation of the art project update by the mayor. Are there any other substitutions, deletions, or additions? None being heard, we will start with, I can't see that. Right, okay, very good. Let us start with the disclosures by the council. Of the items that are listed on this agenda, are there any disclosures that any of you would like to make in regards to these items?
None.
Thank you. With the additions that have been made to this agenda, I'm requesting a motion to approve this agenda, and I need a second as well.
Move to approve.
Second.
With that motion being second and, being offered and approved, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Now we have adopted the agenda. We are going to go right into our public comments. Because we were supposed to start at 7:30.
Consent.
You can do the
Oh, consent agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Want to do that one first?
No, read that.
Oh, the consent, okay, very good. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussions of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed
from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Does anyone wish to pull any item from the consent agenda? Hey.
We offered that.
All right, very good. Does anyone wishes to pull any item from the consent agenda? None being heard. Are there any public comments on the consent agenda, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comments on the consent agenda. The acceptance of comments on the consent agenda is now closed.
All right, any other questions from the board in regards to the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent.
Second.
Very good. The motion is to approve the consent agenda. It has been motioned and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Unanimous vote. Motion approved. Madam Chair, members of the board, I have two things to bring to your attention. One, it's past 7:30, so what's the pleasure of the board as it relates to the public comments, the regular public comment section, as well as you had stated that the presentation to Councilperson Botel and Councilperson Lanier would occur before the consent agenda, but you did the consent agenda, and so now.
All right, so I guess we'll take that now then.
The presentation?
The presentation, yes.
And after the presentation, are you going to public comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can have Councilperson Julie Botel join me at the podium for a special presentation. On behalf of the City of Riviera Beach, we want to thank you for your tireless service and efforts as you have served as our chair since May 1st, 2020 to March 3rd, 2021. This plaque says an appreciation for your outstanding and dedicated service to the Riviera Beach community, March 17, 2021. One of the hallmarks of our democracy is the safe and peaceful transition of power. And so obviously here in Riviera Beach, that is something that's very important to us. So on behalf of staff as well as your colleagues, we want to present you with this plaque. And as part of our ceremony, we think it's only fitting that you present the new chair with their gavel, and I don't know what the name of this, the technical name for this is, but you can provide that to them as well, the banger thingy, as they assume the responsibilities. And then we have a box here that actually commemorates your service to this agency, as well as a place for you to put your gavel in the event that you're ever called upon again.
It's with great appreciation that I give this up to
I
you.
need a picture of this right here, people.
Here, look like you're giving it.
Ms. Lanier,
Okay, yeah, let's
you
start
should do
over.
it so that the seal is
Hold
there.
it, there you go. And let's
They should
start
turn
over.
around.
There we go. All righty.
Ms. Lanier. Okay. All right. I didn't want to get it from the back.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we can start with the public comments. Let me read into the record. I don't have my statement on here for public comment.
The verbiage should be at the item number 26.
I'm sorry?
The verbiage should be at the item number 26.
Next to the last page.
All right, got it. Please be reminded that the City Council has adopted rules of decorum for public comment during official meetings, which has been posted at the entrance. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the announcement of the closing of public comments was for our consent agenda. The closing of public comments for this particular section of the agenda is now closed. Madeline Irvin, Cindy March, Margaret Shepherd. Madeline Irving, Cindy March, Margaret Shepherd, Horace Town.
I just want to say it was with great pleasure to campaign for Dr. Glenn Spiritus. I'm not saddened by who won the race. What I'm saddened about is we didn't get out and vote. If you look at the percentage of how many people voted, it saddened me because there's so much to be done for the city of Revere Beach, as far as our youth, as far as our infrastructure. Y'all talking about infrastructure with the water. You all drive down First Street one day in your car, and you would think something up under your car is torn apart. You all been elected again. You got a new chairperson. You got the same city manager. You have the same mayor. You all got to do better with this infrastructure in our community because so many people's cars are torn up. And bringing turkeys on Thanksgiving and giving away Easter baskets when you still got rats in the walls in Stoner Brook, it's just not acceptable. It's not acceptable at all. When you spending $30,000 here, $50,000 there. I just read an article today. I don't know if you all are aware of it, but a police officer was awarded his job back. Thanks to the backbone of West Side What's Up, Lady March, Goldwire, Marvelous Washington, Staying on the Beat, Sanika, and then some of you all go and call these people jobs, trying to get the fork stuck out their mouth. That's not fair. I want you to call mine. Inbox me, and I'll give you my job phone number because it's utterly ridiculous. And I'm including myself. Let's sit across the aisle and let's talk about all the negative that we got going on. This social media, it can help you or it can hurt you. And the things you all put out there the other night about Doug Lawson and Mayor Felder and the rest of the council people, that's not great leadership. Stop hiding your hands and throwing rocks. If you're going to be that bold, put your picture up there. Put your picture up there. Stop coming at me and come to me and anybody else. I'm not going to disrespect nobody. And I'm not no big bad wolf, and I'm not no gangster, and I don't belong in a gang. But enough is enough. It saddened me. It's really saddened me. We have to sit in a city meeting and discuss what's going on social media because we're trying to make people aware to get out and vote or do good for your community. And then we get bashed because we're trying to be a great leader. Doug knew who he is. Doug know where he come from. Doug work speaks for itself. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Ms. March.
Margaret Shepherd, Horace Town, Harold C.
Margaret Shepherd. This is the great day here in the city of Riviera Beach. I first want to thank Madam Botel for the fine way you delegate your authority in your election. I appreciate how you stood up, and I read somewhere they call you Madame Botel. It is an honor to say that. And none the least, the lady, I think, came in and broke the ceiling, the glass ceiling, and stayed firm in what she said. Her husband told me she would never change. I looked at her husband, and I can truly say he knows his wife. So I thank you for being the lady that you are to make sure that this city move forward. I'm tired of people coming up here, and it's your agenda to say whatever you want to say. But this city has to move forward. There's going to be some great changes and next year, and I don't hold no animosity against no one. Anybody that win their election, they can say, you know, I'm with them or I'm not with them. If you don't speak to me or talk to me, then it let me know that you don't have any type of respect for me. So I'm moving on. I really don't care about the negativity. Dr. Patel has stood to be who she was. And if we talk about who said what on social media, that is your right to say whatever you want to say. My thing is it true? My daddy used to say all the time, if the shoes fit, wear them. So let me be clear on one thing. Let me apologize to the city for my action, but I will not continue to come to this meeting and hear the bickering. In West Palm Beach, Lois Frankel was the mayor. I lived there 4 years. That did not happen in the chamber. Why? Why do people come here, make these little sneaky comments, get their pocketbook, and walk out the door? I want to serve you notice. Every time you do it, I'm going to get up, and I'm going to allow you to know one thing. I don't care nothing about you. You have the opportunity to come and say something positive about your city. If you live in the great city of Riviera Beach, be positive. Don't let nobody talk about your city. When they come to me, I let them talk. I want to hear what they're thinking. And you know what I say to them? That is something my mom used to say. She lived 95 years. She said, let them talk. If it's true, it will be true. If it's not, it will be not. So today, Dr. Patel, it is true. You have come back to put a Band-Aid on the city of healing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Forest Town's Harold C. Doretta Pope.
Good afternoon, Horace Towns, Horace Towns, Riviera Beach. Good evening to the council. I was going to talk about something else, but I always speak my mind. We have to do better. I'm embarrassed. Even when I sit home and watch this online stuff, the comments, I know Detroit is bad, but we got to be up there with the back and forth stuff. It's embarrassing. So no matter who makes the comments, it's really embarrassing. I want to say something to us. This election that just passed has traditionally had low voter turnout. So we got to figure out how to fix that, because 26,000 voters, 4,000 people voted. It's kind of shameful. I think as a city, we can do better as far as trying to get voter outreach, get voters out and whatnot. Even if, we're opening up polls and not having a lot of presence, even if it's financially, we can think about pushing that election back to the presidential race. That's probably 5 months prior, simply because after the presidential race, it's traditionally shown that we don't show up. People are burned out, they're tired. But what I came to actually speak about today is, again, I'm giving this council a chance. And legacy, what you guys put forth is going to be what we remember you by. Right now, I was on a Zoom call that had a lot of input from the community about the water plant, about the project that's going there. That is something, when you guys leave here, would be something that's memorable. You can say, hey, I was a part of that. Kids will look at it. It's going to be something like Vegas. When people come to your city, you're going to run out in front of that project and take pictures. It's going to drive traffic to the city. People are going to go to gas stations. They're going to go to restaurants. It improves the brand. For once, I believe the city is going in a good direction as far as some of the marketing. In the past, it was raw beer, it was deemed dangerous and violent, but that's hype. That's hype. I stay in Monroe Heights, and that community is actually nice. I got people that walk and jog now, so we're not buying into that hype. But what I'm asking you to do today, just like I talked about the water plant, I've talked about City Hall, get these things done. When we get some things done, you can stay in office 3, 6, 9 years. But as a collective body, there's not been anything that I can say this council did. It doesn't matter who made what happened, just get it done. So that water project at the water plant with the world famous artist is amazing. To see him here today is amazing. And just please, no politics, put that all aside. That could be something that you guys could say, and it'll get national news. Hey, we did something impactful for this community cultural-wise. So thank you for your time tonight, and I won't say much tonight. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Towns.
Harold C., Doretta Polk, Lloyd Brown.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Harold Cardio. I'm like really humble, so I don't really like, answer to like the world-renowned artists, whatnot. But the mayor came up to me and, presented me with the opportunity to do something in my city where I'm from. And, I've just been putting off projects to, focus on just this project that's coming forward. So I'm looking forward to doing this. I kind of wrote something down, so I'm just going to read it. But I wholeheartedly support the mural going up in the tank in the city of Vero Beach. I believe it would be monumental and positive look for the city. I think it's an important note that impacts the city to put up the public art. The whole point of mural is to inspire, to make viewers think and feel. Murals are done to educate, to empower, and to give hope. They encourage other artists and youth to deliver more than just mindless graffiti. Many projects across the world have worked with groups in the local community to develop particular murals in the space where they live and work. These projects help to inspire, increase a sense of belonging to a community, and to give local people a voice. People love to go and visit places with impactful art, and mural in Riviera Beach will be a reason it is a place to visit. This will cause an increase in traffic in the city and foot traffic and local business, and this will directly impact the morale and pride in our community. Public art that represents the pride and culture of the city can take us down the path of knowing our past and connecting it with our future. It will also help in educating and imparting pieces of information of the past that will help create a better future. People love to tell stories, and murals automatically create a story to tell. I do not see anything negative about having public art in Riviera Beach. It will help us connect with our cultural roots, traditions, emotionally, and seeing a piece that will emotionally connect us to having something positive, uplifting to anyone that sees it. So I'm ready when you guys are to start this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Doretta Polk, Lloyd Brown, Dixon.
Good evening, Council. And congratulations, Mrs. Conchamba Miller Anderson and Mrs. Dr. Botel, congratulations. Definitely job well done. We definitely need you all back on the diocese. And congratulations to you, Mrs. Shirley Lanier, for being the chair. I don't use Facebook, and I don't have to hide behind anything, but I want to discuss what happened to me the last council meeting. And when I was told by Dr. Spiritus to shut up, there was the postcard with the pictures of you, Mayor Felder, and also Councilor Lawson. And you, that's right, we're in the Democratic, you can support whoever you want to support. But Councilor Lawson, you weren't here that evening. But Mayor, I just could not believe that after your comments, when you made, I said, okay, he's gonna talk concerning what this man said to me.
And it was very disappointing that you did not say one word about that, that you would let a black woman, senior woman, be talked to. Oh yeah, we're going to the race car because that's what it was. Because the look on this man's face, I'm looking at him, and he tells me to shut up. I did not do anything to provoke that man to talk to me in such a degrading way, which he degraded himself, because I said, this is racism. This is. And for you not to say, I'm denouncing him and I don't want him, I'm not going to go campaign for him. Suppose if this was your mother or your wife and someone told her to shut up. I just want you to think about that. Because you can't, no one can sit here, even in looking at it on the TV, and say this was right. Mr. McCoy, I think you have a lot to do with this, because your behavior and your unprofessionalism and the way you talked to Mr. Evans. The couple of meetings ago, you told Mr. Batista was here, and he was trying to explain several things, and Mr. Jonathan Evans said, can I say something, Chair? And you said, no, I don't want to hear your rhetoric. You put fuel on the fire, and we don't need that. We don't need that. Kindness goes always, kindness always win in the end. And I was very disappointed in you, Mayor. Very.
Thank you, Ms. Polk.
Lloyd Brown, J.B. Dixon, Amon Israel.
I would just like to say that I scrap metal, so if you got any, you can bring it to me. And another thing, I really enjoyed tonight coming over here because I can make it back to watch this game. But I was looking at number 27, and you know what? I won't be here, but I think they ought to bring the parks back. And I was mentioning that, because when I was coming up, and I know a lot of other people and mothers say, hey, go to the park, boy, until we fix the food, come back and eat. Now, mothers say, boy, don't go to that park. And see, that's the big difference in it now. And see, you can either go to the parks right now and you can learn things that you learn in prison, because most of the guys that be at the parks are the ones that just got out of prison and they hanging around. And another thing that gets me, see, I ain't gonna bother to talk about y'all this time, but another thing that get me is this: when you see a woman walking her kids to school, and it looked real good. She got tattoos and she got eyelashes and all that. See, my mother didn't have to walk me to school because she was working. See, it's a big difference. And then when this girl go home, you look in her yard and you see 3 guys sitting there selling drugs. Okay, but you still got kids in that household. And those are the kids you're gonna have to try to get to. Because the ones that know all about what's going on over here, like because people who work here and whatever, those kids, your kids, they're in better places. But these kids, they don't have an opportunity if you don't bring it to these parks. Honestly, they don't. Because my neighbor down the street, she don't even let her son go right across the street because they done had 2 killings in my park, and I don't know how many in Monroe Heights. And then another thing that get me, I don't know who put this Black Lives Matter over here at this one place that stays open 24 hours. I guess they were trying to cover up the stains on the ground from the blood, or they were, because I used to see yellow tape at these stores, and now you got Black Lives Matter. I mean, just to say Black Lives Matter and you don't bring no jobs here too, it don't matter, That's just speaking, Black Lives Matter. That's it. Bring the jobs. And I mean, I'm not going to criticize y'all no more because, I think there's a word called self-incrimination. I think that's what it is. So I'll just let you do yourself. But just try to straighten out because it's the kids got to have help. Because, it ain't going to really, I ain't going to say I'm going to be here 20 years from now, but if I'm here 20 years from now, I ain't going to be able to run from them young kids if they don't get right. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
J.B. Dixon, Amon Israel.
J.B. Dixon on Singer Island in Riviera Beach. I would like to add my congratulations to Councilwoman Kashama Miller Anderson for her unopposed re-election. I think that people were very wise not to oppose you, because I can't imagine somebody better than you, and you have been a role model of kindness and ladylikeness, and most of all, having the history of this council for other council and newer council people to rely on. And that's been an incredible gift. And I'm very much looking forward to having you for the next 3 years, and I hope 3 years beyond that. Of course, I would like to congratulate my good friend, Dr. Julia Botel, on her overwhelming victory, which is the Palm Beach Post called it, I think, overwhelming and trouncing. But most of all, I want to say that that is not a victory just for Dr. Botel. That was a victory from the voters to the entire city, to the city management, to the city employees, because they were unfairly criticized in this campaign as having done nothing, not having the experience to do anything, not evidently having the will to do anything. And I think that the voters saw through that very well. And so I thank all of you who work for the city, who manage the city, as well as the council, that was a vote for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Amon Israel.
Good evening, Amon Yisrael, Riviera Beach, Florida. My card was for number 9. This is public comment? Well, I'm here now. Congratulations, Kashama Miller Anderson and Miss Julia Botel and Shirley. I'll be back for number 9.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the board, that concludes public comment.
What is next on our agenda, Madam Clerk? Proclamation?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're on the proclamation.
Next on our agenda is a proclamation. I don't have a copy of it. Could you give me a copy so I can read it? This is a proclamation for the month of April, which is National STD Month. As many of you know, I work for Palm Beach County administering the HIV/AIDS program for Palm Beach County. There are a significant amount of cases in Palm Beach County, especially in Riviera Beach, in terms of HIV, in terms of STDs. And I wanted to be able to recognize that we as a city need to recognize, because even though we're talking about HIV and STD, we also, this is a part of health, the health of our city and the health of the people who live in this city. This proclamation states that from the office of the mayor, City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, whereas sexually transmitted diseases are a major public health issue, with many who become infected unaware of their diagnosis unless accurately diagnosed through testing, and whereas Palm Beach County ranks 7th for gonorrhea cases, 6th for syphilis and chlamydia cases, and HIV cases for the state of Florida in 2019, posing increased public health challenges to our community, and whereas, according to the Palm Beach County Health Department, sexually transmitted diseases and HIV incident rates have been increasing consistently from 2012 and increased by 88.6% in syphilis cases, 61.4% in chlamydia cases, and 104.7% in gonorrhea cases.
Whereas sexually transmitted diseases can be preventable through early detection, treatment, education, and outreach. And whereas Sexually Transmitted Disease Awareness Month provides an opportunity for Monarch Health Services, in partnership with the Florida Department of Health in Palm Beach County and the City of Riviera Beach, to raise public awareness about the impact of sexually transmitted diseases in our communities, to promote the importance of preventing, testing for, and treating STDs. Now, therefore, I, Ronnie Felder, Mayor of the City of Riviera Beach in Palm Beach County, by the powers vested in me by the residents of the Riviera Beach, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Sexually Transmitted Disease Awareness Month, and encourage residents, citizens, public and private organizations, and their interested persons to increase their knowledge of the epidemiology of sexually transmitted diseases and its disparities for African American communities. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the City of Riviera Beach to be affixed on this 17th day of March 2021. Thank you. And here we have, I'm going to come around here. Come up here, Mr. Damien. Mr. Damien is a part of Monarch Health Services. And Monarch Health Services is in Palm Beach County. They serve Riviera Beach, and they serve this city in terms of sexually transmitted diseases, in terms of getting people into HIV/AIDS care, and also just a general sexual health care for our communities. So thank Mr. Damien for coming out, and thank you, sir, for having us to provide this service to the City of Riviera Beach.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, we are now on to a presentation on the art project for the water tank. It's an update by Mayor Felder.
Mayor Felder?
Madam Chair and members of the board, just wanted to provide an update with regards to the conversation that we had with the community pursuant to the discussion that was had at your last regular city council meeting. Staff proceeded forward with a facilitated discussion by Ms. Noel and the mayor with regards to the public art project. We had roughly about anywhere from 22 to 30 participants, and then obviously as we re-aired the program, it was broadcast live, but through subsequent rebroadcast, we did get some comments. The meeting was overwhelmingly supportive. Folks were excited about the project. They want to see subsequent phases of the project be provided, and there were multiple names that were put out there. Of course, you know, former President Obama, Dr. Martin Luther King. We heard a lot of support for Chadwick Boseman. We heard support for LeBron James, Kobe Bryant. There was even discussions about the possibility of looking to recognize local persons in the community as part of this project. So I think that this project is going to have multiple phases and multiple iterations because of the support that was shared. Folks throughout, you know, all types of names. It was a great brainstorming session, and we did write down some names that folks did provide, but there was a lot of support that also people talked about the former First Lady Michelle Obama in lieu of the Vice President, Ms. Kamala Harris. So we do believe that we have a good collection of names, and to be able to move forward with this particular project. I know that the asset itself is owned by the utility district, so we would memorialize the authorization to proceed forward at your next regular meeting of the utility district by virtue of a resolution, but it would be staff's desire as well as the mayor's desire to move forward with this particular project, understanding that there is a legislative intent to move forward. This item was presented to the board back in October that received unanimous support. We did facilitate the public meeting, and we did not get one opposition or any communications that were contrary to moving forward in such a fashion. So that's kind of a encapsulation of all the comments and remarks that were made. Mr. Mayor, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you. Mayor, do you need anything from us to move this project forward?
I would like your blessing.
I think our last meeting, we discussed the fact that we wanted to make sure that every one in the community had an opportunity to have their input into how and what would be placed on the water tower. So I'm hoping that with the advent of your first community meeting, that as we move forward and bring more information back to the council in regards to how the public is responding, what they're asking, what their suggestions are, and I'm sure that, you know, you have our support that to be able to move forward in this endeavor.
So, Madam Chair, are you asking to have another community meeting?
And based on your first meeting, what do you think?
I don't think we need another one. I think because, like Ms. Evans said, we're going to be adding on to it, so we can have deeper discussion with the community. I think it's just important to go ahead and get this started. Being that we started back in October, I think we put the notice out. People showed up on Zoom, and so I really think we're ready to go.
Okay, very good. Then we can have some discussions at our next meeting in terms of how the board needs to move forward with that, given your update tonight. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So when is the decision made on which persons will be on the tank? Or how is that going to be decided?
Mr. Mayor, and if you can help me out with regards to this, I think that the two persons that were guaranteed on the tank was President Obama and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., with discussions about the Vice President, Ms. Kamala Harris, or there was discussions about Chadwick Boseman. There was a lot of support to have Mr. Boseman there because of just the impact and the relation that theater and theatrics has in our community. And so there was, if I had to say one versus the other, it was probably more folks to see that occur. But we do want to make sure that there is female representation on the first iteration of the tank. I think it speaks to making sure that there's inclusion in the particular process. So I would say that the two names that I mentioned earlier, and then it's up as it relates to Michelle Obama versus Vice President Kamala Harris, and how the board feels in moving forward in that particular fashion.
So during the meeting, when it comes before us in April, we can narrow it down then, or we'll know for sure at that meeting?
We could, if the board wants to have us bring it back, or if there's consensus for the board to move as it relates to the two names that have been stated, and then we can bring that last piece so the artist can move forward on the project. It depends on how the board would like to move forward. Would you like to discuss all three, or are you comfortable with moving forward with two versus the third?
I want to have some, and I'm glad that you brought this up, Commissioner Miller Anderson. I have some reservations of putting people who are still alive on these projects. If you're going to talk about women representation, you've got everybody from Harriet Tubman to Sojourner Truth that we can use as a part of not only just recognizing people in the present, but also people in the past. So I think that we may need to have some additional discussions about who exactly is it that we're going to place on these water tanks, because I do have a very, very fondness for history and making sure that people who have contributed to not just only African American culture, but to American culture to be represented as well. So I think that the names that you guys have mentioned are fine, but I also want to make sure that we have some discussion about historical references for our city. And also, too, I would like to consider people who were born here and made some contribution to Riviera Beach. Why not think about those people? So I think that we maybe want to have some more conversations about it, exactly who is this, because what happens is that once you paint these water tanks, I don't think that we're going to come back in a year or two and paint it again. So, I mean, if an artist spends that much time to be able to capture the likeness of these individuals, it needs to be someone that can stay, for posterity. But to be able to do that, I think that we all need to agree in terms of historical reference, in terms of female representation, in terms of historical representation for the people who lived in the city of Riviera Beach as well.
So, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Miller Anderson, you can finish up.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to find out is when we have the item come back to us in April, will the individual names of the people who are going to be on there be decided by then, or are we discussing it that night and then move forward? I'm not trying to hold the project up, but I just want to know when will that decision be made as to who's going up there?
We can certainly put together a list of the names and the ones that received favorable remarks from those persons that participated in the community conversation, and then kind of rank them based on the feedback, and then the board can select, who they'd like to see on the tank based on the conversation. But there was, a lot of support, obviously, for former President Obama and Dr. Martin Luther King. The third one was kind of up in the air with regards to where people found themselves. And to also speak, there is going to be subsequent phases, and there's discussions about local heroes and people that participated in some of the things that have happened here in Riviera Beach. And we also wanted to make sure that there's some inclusion for all folks that have contributed to making our nation a better place. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Frederick Douglass, Thurgood Marshall, a bunch of different folks that we've talked about, Abraham Lincoln. So there's actually more to this particular project. It's not just the three names. The only reason you're seeing three is that the project is under the $25,000 threshold. Now, if it's the board's desire to see us expand the project and look to add more names and look at it a bigger picture, we can certainly do that as well. It just depends on the board's perspective with regards to moving this project forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Mr. Lawson, Councilman Lawson, you had a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was to the point of Mr. Evans. My understanding is that this is a fluid process where we're going to be adding additional names as time goes on. And I think the mayor's request for tonight was just to get the project moving and starting with the initial candidates that were brought by the community, President Barack Obama, Dr. Martin Luther King. And if my understanding is correct, we don't have to go forward with a third name as of right now. Between now and when we memorialize this in our April meeting, we can actually have a consensus to start the project, Mr. Evans?
Yes, we could.
Okay. So, colleagues, that's what I would be looking for. This is something that the mayor did bring to us back in October of last year, and I wanted us to move forward with the selection from what the community gave with President Barack Obama and Dr. Martin Luther King. And we can continue that discussion with additional names, because as the artists can add on to this with the additional phases, I think this is a great initiative for us to get started. And I also am very proud of the artist that has been selected for this project, because he's a world-renowned artist. Even though he humbly did not want to state this, this is someone that is from our community that is recognized throughout the world. That will actually be, from what I'm hearing from Little Birdie, on national TV in the next week or two. So I really want us to move forward with this and just to start pushing the agendas of getting things done immediately. We can memorialize this at the meeting, but I believe us serving as the council and the board, we can actually give consensus so staff can get started.
And I agree
Thank you,
with that,
Madam
Mr. Lawson, as well, in terms of moving this forward. But if we're going to start with two names, one of them has to be a female. I want to make sure that we have representation. When we're looking at putting people dead or alive, and no disrespect to the artist, because I'm sure that he can paint whatever it is we ask him to paint. But we want to make sure that we have representation of individuals on the water tank, so that I think that there may be some, if the community was involved with this process, we have no problem with that. But I also want to make sure that there is some type of representation that is involved in this project.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the process of the community involvement, do we have a name that was actually given from the community, since you've been researching this for a few months, of a female representation for the tank?
It was either Michelle Obama or Vice President Harris.
Okay. Can we make a decision, colleagues, to choose a female representation to go as a third person?
Councilman Lawson, I think that we need to, and as I asked this before, given this discussion the last 12 minutes, I think we need to move forward with another community input. What needs to happen is that, because we are discussing this is not our decision to make, really. This is the decision of the people who live in the city, the residents, to make. So having another community meeting to make sure that all of these discussions that we've just had, the people who are watching on TV at home can have some input, so that when the artist gets started with his work, everybody is on the same page with that. And I don't think that another community meeting would hurt. I think that actually it would help to provide some more clarity in terms of who it is that we want to see on our water tank. If the mayor's in agreement with that, he can, do that right away. And at our next meeting, we can come back and have some more discussion and go ahead and get this ball rolling. Any other comments in regards to it? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can anybody tell me what's the source of these funds? Where are they coming from?
We would pull these funds out of promotional monies.
Okay, what fund is that? There's no fund called promotional money.
There's funding that's available in the city manager's office.
Okay, I that's what I was hoping, and certainly not from USD.
No, sir.
Okay. Is there, or was there, in part of my absence last city council meeting, but was there discussion about the maintenance and useful life of this?
We can certainly have the artist provide some perspective with regards to the type of paint and the upkeep, but it's no different than the murals that we have throughout the city, and the same application, so they will be utilizing the same type of paint to ensure the longevity of the particular project.
Okay, and lastly, is there a timeline on how long these are expected to stay? These murals are expected to stay on the tank?
As far as the age of or how long they can stay on, as far as the weather conditions before they're improved, or just how long do we plan on having them on the tank?
I guess I didn't know if there was a sunset date on it or anything.
We were looking at this particular project as the city's first public art project. We've seen it on the CRA side. So this would be the first project that would be a catalyst to subsequent projects. So we would envision this being a project that we add on to and is in perpetuity.
Okay. And if there is the idea of the sports athletes, I think, and I don't know if this is even possible, but to perhaps expand it over to some of the facilities that we have inside of some of the parks and recreation buildings, since that directly relates to athletics and sporting. But in those Reimagine Riviera Beach sessions where we had the different scenarios of where we would put the municipal complex, I don't believe the municipal complex that called for the complex to go on the south side of Blue Heron provided that the tank will stay there. Is that going to be the permanent location?
It could potentially be that would be something that we've had discussions that if development does occur on the south side, maybe that tank is encapsulated in some type of that we make it look like a building, so more of a box shape with a structure, and then we would actually recreate the art on that shape to be able to bring that to life. But certainly that would be part of the cost associated with the redevelopment. But the intent is obviously to have that as a staple and to move in that particular vein as it relates to some of the other public facilities. We do want to incorporate art in our fire station as well as our library and the like, and so there is a continuation as it relates to public art in our community in its entirety. The only reason that we wouldn't move art projects such as this to some of our existing facilities is because our intent is to bring forward some aggressive plans to reconstruct a lot of those facilities. So hopefully, in the next couple of years, you'll be tearing those down, building brand new athletic facilities, and I think that's when you have the continuation of the art mural project throughout our city.
Okay, thank you. And I think that what we also need to look at is that if we're going to talk about this particular water tank, we need to kind of focus it on categories, historical figures, entertainment and sports figures, local figures, civil rights figures. So once we start doing that, we have a conversation about different individuals that can be placed on there. The public has a right to and has the opportunity to have their input, given that we have these categories to be able to look at diversity and representation. So if the mayor can put together another community meeting and we can come back at our next meeting to be able to move this project forward, I'm all for it. Are there any other questions for the mayor or for the city manager in regards to this issue?
Is that the consensus of the board to bring back, have another community meeting and then bring back names?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not clear that we have an understanding, a common understanding, and you just made the point of whether or not these are going to be historical figures, civil rights figures, sports figures, or a hodgepodge of all the above. So I would like to have a better understanding, and I'm completely supportive of this project and very supportive of our art in public places, but I think it would behoove us to have at the next community meeting a sense of which are the people that we want to have on that particular structure. And if it's going to be civil rights leaders, then that's great. But I'd like some clarity about that. Is it going to be living people, people who are no longer living? I mean, I would think that we would want to have a theme and then extend that theme to other places in the city, or have different themes for other places in the city.
Yes, and you're absolutely right, and those are the questions that the public can answer. The public can say, listen, we want to just focus on civil rights individuals, or we just want to focus on individuals who are no longer living, or we want to just focus on individuals in the field of, entertainment
The
or
arts,
sports.
yeah.
So what we want to do is that our main goal here is to get the public involved with this. So we want, as you said, city manager, we want to be able to have the public involved and then to come back to the city, to this council to be able to move the project forward. But the public needs to have some parameters as well in terms of what we're looking for. Are we looking for civil rights? Are we looking for, so to have that discussion so that the public can narrow that down.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
The backdrop of the actual discussion was around those that contributed to civil rights. That's why even the saying that's on the tank that's being proposed is conducive to working collaboratively or together as a community. And so the figures were those that have made a lasting impact with regards to civil rights or pushing policies or contributions to all of humanity. So that was the intent, and that was the backdrop behind the discussions. But obviously through conversations with the community, it came up, and even some of the folks that did bring up the discussion about LeBron James and what he's done as a, not just as an athlete, but as an entrepreneur and a activist for, people exercising their right to vote. So it did, have some discussions in regards to moving in that direction. But if it's the pleasure of the board, we can bring that back. I do want to state that this is about a 30-day project, and the artist has patiently waited, has gone through public solicitation process, and my concern is that if there is at least not one figure that is selected to start on, that we may find ourselves not moving forward on this for a couple of months, depending on what his schedule is, because there is jobs and opportunities that he did turn down to move on this particular project. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I think we could all agree that we could start with Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, and then, there's no question about the fact that that would be certainly a person that we would want to have there, and then that way the artists could get started, and then we can take our time to solicit input from other community members, and then he can do whatever we decide on next.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur. I would ask that I think that's a great start, and I would see if the members would indulge in whether or not we do civil rights or expand to some other area. But that is perfect, given that we bear probably the only intersection in the country where there's an Obama and Dr. Martin Luther King highway. And if we at least start with that, that will give them a starting point. And I would ask, because we've spent some time discussing this, I know this was also discussed in the last meeting, is that we perhaps allow the mayor to chair a committee that has specifically public participation and input, and then allow the community through some public meetings, be it virtual or in person, to then come up with those recommendations, rank them, and bring them back to the body to make a final decision, similar to how the solicitation happened. But, I certainly think members, we will be here all day, because a lot of names have been thrown out, and nobody can sit here and say one person hasn't contributed more than the other. I think it's all in some fashion or another that some of these names that I've heard has had their contributions to not just the community, but worldwide. And I just want us to be able to move forward, but certainly get the job started and allow the opportunity for some public input. But I would literally like to see if we can allow the mayor to continue his effort and start this committee and further the public participation. Madam Chair.
Yes, you recognize. Mr. Lawson? You said Madam Chair? Oh, who's that?
Madam Chair, if the artist would like to share some remarks.
Yes, artist.
Yeah.
Could you state your name, please? I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm Harold Caudio. Harold. Oh, Caudio, last name. Yeah, my initial vision for the art was going to be Barack Obama, Kamala Harris, and Martin Luther King, where, of course, Barack Obama is facing the Barack Obama Boulevard, and of course I needed a woman up there, and nobody could have been where they were if it wasn't for Dr. Martin Luther King. And also, I'm partnered up with the school I grew up going to was Washington Elementary, where I'm talking with the art teacher there to have the kids involved come into paint as well. Because I see as, if they're driving by and looking up at that, they could be part of that and, inspiring other kids to be, other than, the typical thing, rappers or sports players. Art inspires, so I'm just ready to do it. Yes. Oh, and also, it's a secret, but since I'm here, I'll be on Good Morning America being interviewed with Gayle King on my Kamala Harris piece that I'm about to present. So if I can get that piece up here on Riviera Beach, I think it'll be a really good look for the city. So.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations on your.
Thank you.
Wait, don't go away, please. I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Are you going to put Skittles on the water tonight?
Skittles?
Yeah.
They're fabulous. I'm looking at your. I'm sorry. Of course, I Googled you the minute you said your name, and it says, Florida-based artist Harold Caudio has channeled his creative vision using an incredibly unconventional approach. In his art series called The Colored Collection, Caudio creates portraits of influential people of color entirely out of Skittles candies.
Yeah.
And they're beautiful works
Thank you.
of art.
Thank you. I could do it, but it probably take like 5-6 years. I don't know.
I think that would be highly.
A lot of Skittles.
It would be very difficult to maintain.
We could do like life-size replicas of Skittles or something. I don't know. But I'm down. I like to create, so.
Well, very good. Thank you so much, sir. I like the idea of with Kamala Harris, but I do like, Martin, Harry, and Obama is fine with me as well. But I think we can move forward. But I do still think that we do need to move quickly, but we don't need to rush, which means that we want to make sure we get this right. Once we do this, that's it. You know, it's going to be there for a while. So I don't want to rush this, but I do want to move this forward as quickly as possible, if you can figure that one out.
Yeah, as far as the space on the tank, like where I'm putting the pieces, like there's room for more, like added. I can always add to it, or any other buildings throughout the city, like, you know, I can always add to that too. But I'm here. I've been a resident for years, so.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Harold. What we'll do is we'll move forward, if this is the board's pleasure, with Councilman McCoy's idea where we can have the mayor to set up his little committee so that we can, because see, the thing about it is that we don't want to put something up here and then we get an uproar from people saying, I wasn't a part of it, I don't know, they didn't tell me. I want to make sure that people are involved in this and they want to be able to put their input in this. So if the mayor can move forward with this, we can have one additional community meeting, we can come back at our next meeting and keep this train moving.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I do want to add in regards to the community meeting, I did not find out about it until that Friday before it happened on that Monday. So I don't know how it got put out there, but it needs to be put out there where everybody is aware of the meeting so that, you know, a good mixture of people can participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that amenable to your moving this forward, Mayor?
But
Madam Chair, what is the?
Yeah, clarify, Madam Chair, because what you said, I don't know if that exactly is what I was.
Well, what did you say, Mr. McCoy?
Well, I wanted to see if we can.
McCoy.
I wanted to see if we can move forward with what's been proposed to have President Obama and also Dr. Martin Luther King, and move out and expand outwards from there. And then the mayor convenes the committee and hosts the public participation. But I don't want to start back because, you know, ultimately, Mr. Evans, did I hear you correctly in saying that we needed to bring this back before the USD again before he even gets started?
No, sir. No, sir. We were going to start and then have a resolution on consent that just memorializes the authorization by the USD board to allow for us to paint on the water tank. Okay.
Well, you know, it was my idea, Madam Chair, to actually give the direction to move forward today because, you know, as great as this is, I don't want to be 3 or 4 meetings in it before he even, you know, puts a draft together and, you know, we've now lost another month. I would like to see where we get started. That's what my recommendation was.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
And I'm fine with what you're saying, Mr. McCoy, with the two, President Obama and Dr. Martin Luther King, and then having that meeting to identify that third person. So I'm in agreement with that for tonight.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm also fine with starting with those two, and with the firm and fast promise that there's a woman next.
Yes, certainly.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe that's the consensus. That was what I initially proposed, that we move forward with the 2 figures. So, and I think that gives direction for our city manager to move forward with those 2 figures, and we immediately have the community shreds to discuss moving forward.
Yes, and I'm also in support of moving forward with another meeting to get more input from the community. Mr. Manager, tell us how we're going to proceed, sir.
Madam Chair, we are going to proceed forward with the 2 names that have been proffered, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and former President Barack Obama. Then we will have community meetings, and what we will do concurrently while the tank is being painted, we will conduct those community meetings. We'll also have a survey out that people can provide names and vote on names or what have you, and then we'll bring that back to the board as quickly as possible. And then I am going to have a conversation with the mayor and see if we can put together to bring 2 females, to place 2 females on the tank versus so we can make sure that there's 2 males and 2 females. So I think we can bring that back, and so we can have 4 persons on that. Also, there are inspirational quotes that will be painted next to those individuals, and so we can also share with the board what those quotes would be as well, and so you can sign off on that, and we'll have conversations with the community. So staff will move forward accordingly, and we will work with the Office of the Mayor to facilitate some additional meetings and some surveys to get community input and bring that back as quickly as possible.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions or discussion from the
Yeah,
board?
Madam Chair. So, Mr. Harold Cardio, I am an alumnus of Washington Elementary, so. But whatever you're doing with Washington, certainly let me know. I want to be a part of it. Okay? Thank you. I'm sorry?
I thought you were going to ask if your picture can go up on the water tank.
Thank you. Let us move on to our next item. The next issue on here is the items tabled. Do we have any items tabled, Madam Clerk?
No, Madam Chair.
We are going now into our discussion and deliberation. Our next item is number 27.
Yes,
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair. Discussion regarding return to programming and services in Parks and Recreation. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Good evening. You have public comment?
We do have public comments on this item.
Okay, very good.
The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Manager, Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director. What I want to do tonight is just go over with you some of our planning for reopening, partially reopening programming and return to services in Parks and Recreation. Just for an overview, these protocols were developed. Ms. Franks and her staff did a fantastic job developing these robust protocols that were vetted by departments within the city, by the ICS team. So I just want to be clear that this wasn't done in a vacuum. This was done throughout our departments to review our protocols. And what we're talking about reopening or returning to are those programs that have limited contact: tennis, baseball, fitness, those type of activities. That's what we're talking about opening up now. So our protocols are like as follows. They follow CDC guidelines in all programs and services. Really heavy on mask wearing and social distancing. That's been proven to be the kingpin of prevention. We will require a COVID plan for all third-party events. You know, this is timely because we passed the new special event ordinance and we have the special event policy, which includes this as well. So it's good timing for us to open that up. We do plan on offering a summer camp at Tate's Gym at 50% capacity, which is about 75 campers. Typically, we would use Wells and Tate, but because we're using Wells as a vaccination site, we will focus on Tate, and I think it's probably, in the long run, better for us anyway to focus on one location under the circumstances. I am not proposing to open up to indoor events, such as rentals of community centers, those type of activities. I'm not proposing that at this time. The only thing that would be indoor at this time would be summer camp and after-school program. We do plan on offering a fall football and cheer season. It's very important to the community. I think by the time that we have to, the contact is an issue, will be August, maybe late July, depending on what the Pop Warner comes out with the protocol or with timeline. But we do plan on offering football and cheer. City-sponsored activities or special events will follow the same protocols that third-party activities will follow. We'll have a COVID plan, which we would do anyway, or some type of plan like that. But we will follow the same protocols as we would require third-party events to follow. We will produce drive-through or drive-up or drive-in activities when practical. If it's practical to do it that way, we'll continue to do it that way. But if it's practical to do it the old-fashioned way, then we will do that with the protocols in place. Proposing to open Barracuda Bay to 50% capacity, but not opening them to third-party activities or third-party events. 50% capacity at Barracuda Bay is 200. In water, chlorine is a good non-spreader for kids to be in. We will have to monitor the deck, and what happens on the deck, that's where we'll be focused. And then finally, we're not proposing to open up Lindsay Davis to senior programs at this time. We'll continue to offer the drive-through and virtual events and activities, but we'll evaluate any of the indoor activities at a later date, probably the 1st of June. We've been monitoring our colleagues in other areas. Some of them jumped out real quickly with programming, then had to jump back. So we've been very disciplined and very deliberate about how we're going to, about when we opened up and how we were going to do it. With that, I'll answer any questions that council may have.
Council, are there any questions in regards to this presentation? Councilman McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans and Mr. Blankenship, I'm going to return to my comments regarding the schools district's use of our athletic fields, and I'm going to ask that we give them notice that we can't accommodate them anymore at Wells Recreation, specifically because that's going to be an ongoing COVID vaccination site. And when I drive down Blue Heron Boulevard, JFK Middle School athletic fields are completely empty. Suncoast athletic fields are completely empty. Riviera Beach Preparatory Academy on Gardens Road are completely empty. There's no way that I'm about to restrict any of the tax-paying city residents from using our facilities, and we allow a whole nother government agency to come in and utilize our facilities. I'm going to offer at the end of this discussion that we give them a notice that it is no longer available. There's no way that that's going to continue to happen, and I've gotten several calls about it, and there's no plausible sense that comes out of that. And I just am not about to continue to defend a senseless policy that's going on, that we won't allow our own city residents, but we'll allow somebody because of an agreement to come in and use our facilities. And I can't even defend that. There's nothing I can say, Mr. Blankenship.
Let me be clear, Councilman. The fields and courts have been open for months. We've chosen not to do anything structured or anything formal on those fields, but they've been open to the public.
Well, we got signage over at Monroe Heights Park on West 25th Street that clearly says no organized activity. No organized, I think it's activity.
Right.
But clearly, when you drive down Blue Heron, regardless of whether it's the city of Riviera Beach or someone else we've partnered with, but clearly there's organized activity, and we can't ignore it, especially being as right in front of City Hall. So whether it's been open or not, I don't think we can sell a message to our community that we're not going to allow you to do it, but we'll permit someone else to do it. It doesn't make sense, and I literally would love to hear somebody tell me otherwise or defend that in some way.
Thank you, sir. Madam Shahari, are there other comments from?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Recognized.
So I do want clarification on what the organized activity is, because are we talking about, because I know that has been some concerns of people about the sign saying organized. We're not telling residents, if you want to take your kids out to the field and throw the ball with them and practice hitting the ball, that they cannot do that.
No.
We're not telling kids that may want to go to the basketball court to play, they can't do that.
No.
So when we say organized activities, we're talking about maybe a men's league that may be running a tournament or some sort of organized activity such as that.
Right.
Okay. So, yeah, because I want to be clear on that, because it was being basically put out there that we're telling our residents that they cannot come out and play on those fields, but yet the schools are. And I concur with what Mr. McCoy is saying in regards to the schools coming and playing over there, because from my understanding, the schools are not allowing them to practice on their own field, which is why they're coming to ours.
That's not what we were told when the
What were
request
you
was
told?
made. That they wanted to separate teams, so they needed space for the lacrosse program to go. They have something else going on the football field, or the football field is under renovation or something like that.
So they're over there because of the interlocal agreement?
Yes.
So if we tell them that would be considered an organized activity? Or no, because we're saying it's not a tournament, they're just practicing?
Well, you know, when the request was made, I looked at it as being good stewards of an interlocal agreement, because there's going to come a time when I'm going to go to them and say, I need to use something. You know, that was my thought process at the time.
Right.
But, you know, I would just have to get some further discussion with administration.
Right,
No, no.
okay. I mean, I understand about the interlocal agreement, and there was a time years ago, I think before we had the football field on Heron, we used to, the Little League football used to play on Suncoast's football field. And so I know we've always had that interlocal agreement going on, but I just think it is not a good look for the city, and maybe we just need to clarify that the fields are available to the residents, and we're not telling them they cannot come over there and utilize it. But the thing is, so if there are people that are over there that just want to play, the lacrosse team or whatever team that has already, they basically reserved it? Is that what they did?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a reservation? Okay.
But that's a minor point. That's a minor point moving forward, whether they've reserved it or not.
Okay.
Madam Chair, so if
Yes,
I
sure.
can respond to some of the comments that was made by Pro Tem Miller Anderson, Mr. Blankenship, that sign is at all the local parks, no organized sports. And I've been around to a lot of them. I've not seen any organized sports. Now, I do see the fellas come out on Avenue West and they play 3-on-3 or 4-on-4 on a Sunday morning, but beyond that, I don't consider that organized. But those signs are specifically located within the inner city parks, within the community parks that organized sports wouldn't normally be facilitated or held at. There's no basketball league going on at Goodmark Park or down at Sadie McRae. So first of all, clarification is absolutely correct, because when you see that, that's discouraging already to say that the 6 gentlemen in the community want to play pickup basketball can't do it because of this sign. That's incorrect, and I think it should be removed, because even me looking at it would think, well, what's organized sports? Is it an actual league? Or is it the fellas that want to play pickup basketball?
Well, I agree with you. It should be removed, and hopefully we can do that as soon as possible.
And you know, I'm not leaving off of the point that I'm going to offer a motion that we don't make it available, because do you know, if I'm not mistaken, was lacrosse being held there on Election Day?
Yes.
Do you know how hard it is to get inside the parking lot of Wells Recreation?
And I did call them and tell them not to be there that day.
Yeah, but you know, here's the thing, Mr. Blankenship. I'm ready to say everything short of terminating this agreement, because I can't recall, even prior to being a member of the city council, when the city has ever utilized some of the school district's property. Ms. Miller Anderson, you are correct, but this agreement goes back to 2017. Mr. Blankenship, do you know of any time that we've used any of the school district's property? To do what exactly?
We used their track at Suncoast for our track team.
We have a track team?
We had a track team. We've used some of their indoor facilities for events. Same way with JFK. Now, the interlocal agreement is not just for Suncoast.
Right.
It's for all the public schools in the city.
Right. But we did a separate agreement for Washington Elementary that's coupled with Lincoln over there to use.
That was access to Callaway.
Callaway.
That was more related to how they access the park than actual use.
Okay.
They had to put a fence in and all that.
I just have issues with the lacrosse team, or any team for that matter, playing on the athletic fields at Wells Recreation. And I just don't think it's going to work at this point going forward for the ingress and egress into the vaccination site, because there are a whole lot of staff and there's a whole lot of equipment and people moving back and forth, and we even use shuttles for the very first time. So I just don't know that that's something I want to support, Mr. Blankenship and Mr. Evans. Do we need to solidify any official action by the board relative to Wells Recreation?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Pursuant to the ramp up of the vaccination site and our commitment to the state to be able to disseminate 600 vaccines on a weekly basis, we can reach out to the district and tell them that, that site is now off limits because we're going to be utilizing it on a very frequent basis. And I think that's a easier way to get out of that particular situation versus anything that modifies the existing agreement. And I think they will understand that. So we can move forward in that particular direction, and we can inform them as early as tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Madam. I'm sorry. Thank you, City Manager. I want to go ahead and take our public comments before we wrap this up. Madam Clerk.
Rodney Roberts, Lloyd Brown, Margaret Shepherd.
Good evening again. Rodney Roberts, 1581 West 14th Street, Riviera Beach. I totally support the reopening of the parks and all the programs. Earlier I stood up here. I really want to make a bigger emphasis on the sports programs that we used to have about 30 years ago. Very long time, but over the past 30 years, they've just dwindled almost down to nothing. I know that we have successful sports teams in the community. However, we used to, before you had an NFL or NBA or a National Baseball League, you had just the sport in and of itself. And when we talk about going to the parks, you have now, there's signs there, but the kids need to be able to go out there and just play. You do need, they need to go out there with those mentors that they do have. We do have mentors around here. We do have coaches around here. And for a good little while, if staff, Parks and Rec staff, particular Parks and Rec staff, I guess when they see the coaches out there with the kids, I guess that falls up under the lines of organization to them, and then they get run off of the fields or they get run off of the courts, but mostly fields. So everybody has been, I guess, opening up their, doing football. Football is has been a big thing in the city of Riviera Beach. It used to be basketball, it used to be baseball. And again, those things have just dwindled out over the years. I support the programs that you're talking about opening up. However, with regards to, I guess there's signs out there and the definition of what organized sports would be, I think that the kids and a mentor or a coach should be able to go out there and do a clinic or do just some layups or a little bit of practice. It's not that they're a part of a league. It's just you have a coach that has some kids and wants to go out there and spend time practicing layups or dribbling. That needs to be going on. Those kids need to be cultivated. What are they doing if they don't have the parks and those things to go to? Baseball, cool. With the T-ball coming back, I love it. I just think that when you're talking about a program that went from 200 participants per Wells per tape, and now you're down to much less than that, it doesn't. You're not being as effective as you can be when it comes to the kids. You're not being as effective as you can be when it comes to the kids. So we need to get back to where we used to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Lloyd Brown.
Madam, oh, I'm sorry, you still there.
Okay.
Margaret Shepherd.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I have to agree with my cousin Rodney Roberts. Back in the days, well, I'm elderly. That's a good thing. I keep thinking about it, elderly. And raising my children, and even going to school myself, we always had recess. I'm sure everybody remember recess. And they said recess was important because it helped build the bones of the children. While I hear one person talking about they're going to hold it up because of the taxes, very ignorant, very ignorant. You have to think outside the box. And I think Mr. Blankenship, he is very cognizant how to run our rec department. But I want to be clear that we have a daycare that serves a lot of children. When I first moved here from Detroit, Michigan, the summer program was very good to me. I could leave my children there with no fret about how things were going to work. And they enjoyed it. For us to continue, this is a new day. I'm telling you, this is a new day. And to sit here with all this, I shoulda, coulda, woulda, you have to think, how can our children benefit from our beautiful parks? I used to see the water just go over the horizon, the grass was green, and then passing, well, I'm living on the other side, but passing through, I see the children running around in the park. Let us not damper this process. We must teach our children to wear their masks. We must teach our children how to distance themselves. But to stand here and say, I'm not going to do the taxes, whatever, very ignorant. You have other people. You're just one person. And I think you need to cut it out. This is a new day. You need to figure out how to get those children in that water. I had 2 children that was on the swim team. I had 1 kid that traveled with the cheerleaders. I have 1 kid that just didn't want to do anything until you say, let's go to the water, to the beach, let's enjoy. Try to get these children out of their homes. Try to make sure that they have an understanding what is going on in the world. But to sit here listening to this damperness, it really kind of get under my skin. The children need to be in daycare. They don't need to be sitting up during the summer program. I ask you all to please reconsider this, talk about it a little bit more, but understand one thing. It's not just one of you all sitting up there. 1, 2. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Madam Chair and members of the board, before you proceed, I want to bring to your attention the time of 9:53.
Make a motion that we extend till the agenda is complete.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Motion approved.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to just make a comment about, I've been noticing quite a few cars that are parking, they're driving all the way up close to Blue Heron on the grass. So, you know, just bordering Blue Heron, the grassy area next to the fence. So if there are some people, and I'm not saying it was the lacrosse team, but I've seen it numerous times where cars are now driving their cars along, and they're out there practicing, or they're either on the inside of the gate or the outside. But if we're able to put something up to prevent people from driving on the grass, because at some point I'm sure we're going to have to start replacing grass, because quite a few people are doing it, you know, quite often.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
We
you.
can take care of that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the Parks and Rec Director and for the City Manager? City Manager, is there anything else you want to add to this presentation?
No, Madam Chair.
With that being said, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Blankenship, for your report. We're going to go into our next item, which is the verbal presentation of COVID-19 update. I have asked Mr. Evans to give us a brief update to make it very, 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 very brief.
Well, Madam Chair, if you've had the opportunity to work with me for 18 months, there's not a lot of things that I do that are brief. Just kidding. We'll certainly move through this as quickly as possible. Honorable Chair, members of the City Council, and members of the public, thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you a year in review with regards to COVID-19 and what the City of Riviera Beach Emergency Operations Center Incident Command has been able to do as a result of the support and the commitment that you, the elected body, has shared to facilitate us moving forward. So this presentation is going to be by myself and Ms. Noel. So just for the public's edification, the Emergency Operations Center, referred to as the EOC, is actually a physical structure or a conference room or a virtual place that we as managers meet to talk about our emergency response. The Emergency Operations Center right now is housed at the Public Works facility here in the city, and we utilize the conference room to facilitate most of our strategy sessions and discussions with respect to our response to COVID-19. The Incident Command System is actually born out of NIMS, which is the National Incident Management System. The Incident Command System is a process that is prescribed for government entities, and actually some private entities that also utilize it for the purposes of making sure that you have the appropriate members or operations to be able to respond in the event of a hurricane, disaster, incident, even when you set up a command post as it relates to law enforcement. When the special response team does deploy, they operate under an incident command system. So just to go over who the folks are on the EOC team, myself as the incident commander, we have our operational section chief, Fire Chief John Curd, our planning section chief, Mr. Terrence Bailey, our interim public works director, our logistics section chief, which is now Richard Blankenship, to assist in the facilitation of the vaccines. He's our Parks and Recreation director, and Ms. Pimsel was formerly our logistics section chief, who's our procurement director. Our finance section chief is Mr. Randy Sherman. Our health and human services section chief is Ms. Valerie Grimsley. Our legal section chief is Ms. Dawn Wynn. Our leisure services branch that we did open up when we were talking about the beach reopenings and how we can safely accommodate that was Ms. Eladia Franks, and our public information officers were Ms. Marcia Noel and Mr. Walter Stevens. So to kind of recap what we've experienced, obviously in 2020, in February, the world as we know it changed drastically. Staff began to monitor the progress and the development associated with COVID-19. We started seeing that nations abroad were dealing with this virus and starting to obtain research and information from epidemiologists and what was the threats to the city of Riviera Beach. The planning section and operational sections organized, and we then deployed our incident command systems to attempt to prepare for what we thought was going to be an impact that was going to be on our shores here in March. Obviously, in March was the onset of the pandemic in the United States. On March 20th, the Emergency Operations Center activated. On March 27th, the City of Riviera Beach declared a local state of emergency. And then we started deploying some operational procedures to address how we can keep our employees safe. Remote staffing models were created, community teleconferences, notices were disseminated to the public and the employees, which is still going on, and then sourcing PPE, personal protective equipment, that was initiated through logistics section, which was over 30,000 face masks. And then obviously we had the conversations and discussions with respect to beach closures and reopenings when the pandemic started. One of the things that I think it's important for the residents at home to note is that your city was the first city to mail masks to your constituents. And that is something that Palm Beach County followed and has disseminated well over 3 million masks to members of the greater Palm Beach community. And that started here in Riviera Beach, and that's something that we're very proud about as we've been on the forefront. We did start utilizing our social media and had conversations and discussions based on real-time information that we were providing to the public. So we were talking about what the virus is doing, how the virus is acting, what are some of the symptoms associated with that, and then obviously informing the public on every step of the process as we move through the early stages of the pandemic. In April, we made some operational and organizational adjustments. We looked at implementing multiple policies, from return to work to pandemic pay to things that we knew were going to impact our workforce, even our testing and ensuring that we can provide the service to our employees. We were fortunate to establish a relationship with American Care, which is here in Riviera Beach, that facilitated the testing for our employees, and we were one of the actual first government entities here in Palm Beach County to facilitate a testing arrangement that was in their respective city. And other municipal managers did reach out to me to talk about the opportunities for them to do something similar to what the city of Riviera Beach has done. We enhance cleaning protocols, COVID-19 screenings. As individuals still to this day come to city facilities, they are scanned as far as their temperature, and then a wristband is administered. That tells us that an employee has gone through the screening process. We also utilize that time to ensure that all our employees receive their National Incident Management System training, which is ICS 100, 200, 700, and 800. By having those certifications, that means that employees are able to function and work within the EOC as well as the incident command structure. If an employee does not have those certifications, they cannot operate in the EOC. So we made sure that all our employees that were deployed as part of our response received that certification, and over 3,000 hours were logged by your employees citywide. We established the Health and Human Services section, which has helped in facilitating food distribution to vaccines to all community-related efforts and activities. And then we did decide to roll out the essential and non-essential business hours, and that was following some of the protocols and things that we've saw from Palm Beach County. So obviously during the pandemic, we have still made it a point to ensure that our community is taken care of. We've worked with the mayor to facilitate establishing COVID-19 testing at the Wells Recreation site. We have regular food distribution and mass distributions to the point where we have distributed and fed over 15 to 20,000 families since the onset of the pandemic, working with Feeding South Florida. We have a contact tracing program for our employees, so when our employees experience a COVID exposure, we have somebody that actually calls them every day to check on them to make sure they're okay, as well as making sure that any person that was in contact with said individual that tested positive is informed, and then they are sent for testing and then monitored accordingly. And then at this time, or at that time, we had roughly over 80,000 units of PPE. And I can tell you, as we've gone through the challenges with PPE, a mask that we bought prior to the pandemic was 99 cents, went up to $7.50. We were sourcing masks from all over the world. We had conversations and discussions with folks that were in multiple time zones, in multiple countries, and spoke different languages, because we wanted to try every and any way to get PPE for our employees. But obviously, now that we've seen production ramp up, we've been very good with regards to getting those things. In January and March, we've seen the establishment of a Wells Recreation point of distribution. And I just want to speak briefly on that particular feather in the city of Riviera Beach's cap. We are one of 2 cities out of the 39 municipalities here in Palm Beach County that actually has a COVID vaccine site that is a permanent site. We will be delivering roughly over 600 vaccines every week on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And some of the members of the emergency operations team are not here today because they have to be at work tomorrow at 6 in the morning to prepare for the vaccinations that will occur for the rest of this week. Also, we've been provided information from the state. If we can show them consistently that we could administer 600 vaccines to the public, our site can expand from 600 to 1,200 vaccines per week, so we're excited about that. Additionally, your vaccination site in the community, the pod, is the only one that is municipal run. The one in Gardens is actually ran by the healthcare district with a little bit of support from the community. and there's one to open in Boca that looks like it may follow our particular model, and then the one out in the Belle Glade area is run by the healthcare district. So we are the only city that has the responsibility for the duration of the process. So from when we notify persons all the way to us transporting them to their vehicle after they're vaccinated is done by a City of Riviera Beach employee or CRA employee. So we're very proud of our ability to provide that service to our community. Under Ms. Noel's leadership, we were successful in acquiring Code Red, and you heard that earlier today. That mass notification system is very intuitive, very simplistic, and allows for us to be far more responsive and address some of the needs and get information out to our community a lot better than our previous system. And we've expanded to over 8,000 call minutes. It also provides us the ability to create geofences, to create a separate list. We can also target folks and provide documentation in advance with regards to what we're asking them to be prepared for, whether it's this particular incident or another. And of course, we have already acquired a new PPE consistent with the recommendations that have been provided with the CDC as it relates to wearing 2 masks. And so we have that, we have disseminated that to our employees, and then we're also going to make some of that available to the public. So we're a resilient community, and all of you know that. We've helped facilitate, I don't know how many birthday parades, census parades, grad badge giveaway. We welcome kids back to school. We had our Winter Wonderland. So we have done things consistently to show our community that we're still here and we still care. And that is the difference between what we've been able to do in Riviera Beach and what other cities have not been able to do. And that's a testament to the commitment from the team that wants to show the community that we're here during the late hours in the evening all the way to the early parts of the morning. And if it's a smile on somebody's face that we can provide to them by delivering a box of food or providing them masks, or to be just a shoulder to cry on or help facilitate someone getting a vaccine, we're here. And I can tell you one of the things that we did when we received notification about receiving the vaccine, we reached out to the other municipalities that are adjacent to us and said, this is an opportunity for you to make sure that your constituents also have access to this vaccine, because we all go to the same places, we all are family, and so that was well received by the other municipal managers. And we did receive a note from the mayor of Palm Beach Shores, as well as some letters from folks that had said that how much they appreciate and how professionally ran the site was. And then at this particular moment, I'm going to turn it over to our public information officer slash special projects manager slash assistant to the city manager slash what else are you all other duties as assigned, Ms. Marcia Noel.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and everyone that has joined us this evening. It is my pleasure to serve as the Public Information Officer for the EOC, alongside my colleague, Walter Stevens. If you can wave your hand back there, if you're still there. Tonight, I have the distinct honor to speak on behalf of the Emergency Operations Center team. As we all know, 2020 was a challenging year, and I do not think anyone would have predicted that we would be faced with a worldwide pandemic. This phenomenon has certainly brought forth obstacles, but nonetheless, it has also provided the opportunity for us as an agency to rise above the occasion and to serve our community in ways in which we have not before. We have worked long hours, slept little times, and worked through the weekend to secure vital resources and run important operations such as testing, vaccinations, and distributed PPE for employees in our community at large. And you understand this too because you too participated by volunteering in some of these activities. We continue to meet regularly on a weekly basis, strategizing our efforts in planning, preparing, and responding to the ever-changing status of COVID-19, and we do so with pride. Our accomplishments have set the tone for emergency response as it relates to localities, and we believe we are setting a model for other agencies to follow. But most importantly, we would not have been able to accomplish many of the milestones shared previously by our city manager had it not been for the trust placed in us by you, our elected officials, city administration, our community partners, and the residents of the city of Riviera Beach to serve during a time when lives depend on it. So, thank you all. We look forward to putting this pandemic behind us, and we will continue to take great strides as we persevere through 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Noel. Thank you, City Manager, Assistant to the City Manager, for that excellent report. I'm glad you took your time to do it, because that is a lot of information that we need to know in regards to what the City of Riviera Beach has accomplished over the past year in the middle of a pandemic. And I always say that we're still in the middle of a pandemic, but we have to be very aware that the City of Riviera Beach was on the cutting edge of a lot of the activities surrounding the pandemic. We talked about it, we took it seriously, and we made sure that the residents in this city were well prepared for it. So we're looking forward to the vaccine part of this, where we are all looking to make sure that we can keep our communities healthy. We are looking to open up our parks and recs somewhat, so we want to make sure that the people in this city are going to be well protected and also are well informed about how the city is moving forward with this. On the next,
Madam Chair.
are there any comments for the chair, before the manager or the assistant to the city manager?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of you, City Manager Evans and Ms. Jacobs and your entire team. I know that you all have been working on this for over a year, as you stated, and I don't think people really understand the amount of work that you all put into making sure that we have these vaccination sites, making sure that we were able to provide our residents with their masks. There was a lot of background work that took place, and it's not something that had to be done, but we knew it was the best thing for our residents. And so I really would like to say thank you all to your professionalism, your outside of the box thinking in terms of trying to find solutions to help people get through this pandemic. And then also the community updates that you provide that I sometimes forget about, and I sometimes call on the nights I'm not supposed to call, but you all are consistent. You have made those calls available to the public. You've made them available to us to be able to participate as well. And I just really want to say thank you for all of the hard work that you all have done over the past year during this pandemic, and it doesn't go unnoticed. Not all cities are doing the things that we're doing, so I want to say thank you all very much.
Thank you. Any other comments for the city manager?
Ditto.
Yes. Go ahead.
Ditto.
Oh,
what she said.
All right, very good. Let us move to our next item, which is the discussion by the city manager. I'm sorry, discussion by the city attorney. Can we, let's do that one first.
Okay.
No comment, Madam Chair.
All right, city council report. Are there any reporting? Committee?
I have, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just very quickly, I attended the Board of Directors meeting for the League this morning and touted the virtues of our city manager and staff with regard to the EOC. I was happy to report about that. And the tourism task force that I'm heading is making great strides towards finalizing our tourism master plan.
Thank you. Any other committee reports?
Madam Chair. Well, I do have a question. When are we going to do the selection of the committees? Next meeting? Okay. I just wanted to make an announcement that I was appointed to the National League of Cities Human Development Committee and the, oh gosh, I can't think of the other, the Children and Youth Committee, where we have a lot of discussions and topics that tie in with education as well as talking a lot about the pandemic and some of the things that we're doing already. They're actually discussing it and trying to see how they could implement some of the things that we're doing. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted to say thank you all to what you all have been able to accomplish, because some places around the country are just now thinking of some of the things that we've already done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any statements by the mayor and the council? We will start with the mayor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, I'd like to thank the board for coming on board, supporting the first art project in Riviera Beach. I look forward to working with Mr. Evans to facilitate another community meeting. Also, a couple of things. I want to remind everybody that Tuesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at J Ministries, we still have COVID testing. It's free. Also on Fridays from 1 until everything's going, we do our food pantry. You can come to J Ministries. And I got involved, I think Councilman McCoy stated with Hoop Sunday. This group's been out there every Sunday at Cunningham Park. And this Hoop Sunday is just raising awareness to the crime that we have in our community, and a bunch of the guys get together to play hoop or have the discussion about how we can help better the crime in our neighborhood and allowing kids to come out and play. So I'm very excited about that program. They will be coming to present something to the city in the upcoming weeks. But that's a nice program that we are involving the community to take back our community from crime. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller Anderson.
I just wanted to, Bishop Masters just wanted to make sure that at the end of the meeting, the announcement was just made again about the ex-felon job fair, March 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at New Macedonia, 748 West 9th Street. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Botel.
Just very quickly, the Singer Island Community Garden is coming along. We have the sod, the irrigation, the shed, but we need volunteers now to build the raised beds at North Tech. The students are going to teach us how to do that, and Jimmy Colfer is heading that effort up. I have his phone number, but it's, I don't know if you, it's 210-857-5038. That's 210-857-5038. Or you can just email me at jbotel@rivierabeach.org, and I'll provide that to you. I've been working with the anglers and the divers, including the West Palm Beach Fishing Club, the Florida Fishing Academy, and FWC, to find a compromise so that everybody can enjoy that area of the bridge. I'm waiting for a report from FWC, so I'll have the recommendations to the city manager within the next week and a half, that we can come before council with some of those recommendations. And that's it for me for now.
Thank you. Councilman McCoy.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Councilman Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Monday at 7 p.m. at the Marina, going to be hosting a Healing Process Grow Mental Health Forum. We're going to look for reservations, so please go on to the city website and reserve a space for the Mental Health Forum. It's really just to focus on sharing your personal issues, beliefs, background, and meeting with therapists and making the conversation about mental health, mental wellness, a normal conversation in our community. On the 27th of March, going to be hosting a community cleanup on Congress Corridor. That is going to actually be a community-led cleanup where the residents are coming out to clean up Congress Corridor. That's going to start at 10 a.m. on the 27th of March. And on March 31st, going to be hosting a senior luncheon for our Lindsay Davis seniors at 11:30. It'll be at the Lindsay Davis Center. It will be a drive-through, but we'll have some special entertainment for our seniors. So thank you, residents, and have a great night.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans, you wanted to have a brief comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. For those that signed up to receive the vaccine commencing tomorrow through the weekend, we are still calling people back. We are trying to solidify persons' appointments. People are trying to get babysitters and, move other appointments to get them in. So if you haven't received a call from us, you will get a call. I believe all the appointments for Thursday have been solidified, and then they will move forward with calling the other folks for Friday and Saturday. So just hang tight. And staff is working diligently to get through the list. And so if we did capture your number, we will call you back.
Thank you. With that being said, this meeting is adjourned.
Doc, think you can get me a vaccination?